Good evening, everyone. Happy holidays. Welcome to the ZOTAC Cup Frostfall Fragfest powered by Battlefy. I got in one take, Naori. I'm super stoked to be with you. It's been a while.
It has been so long. Like, we actually started our esports journeys around about the same time, way back many years ago, and diverged, but really excited to be back here in Valorant and getting to work with you again.
Yeah, and it's late night, but I'm excited to get in some Valorant gaming, but we also want to give a special shout out to ZOTAC Cup for putting on this event, giving an opportunity to so many players to make a bit of cash during the off season. And they got some new products out, Naori, that I'm super stoked about that I got to know pretty recently, namely the ZBox Pico with Airjet. So for anyone who wants to do a bit of gaming while they're at work, you want to have a secret PC in your drawer, well, this is the thing for you. It's actually like a computer, a media computer that's the size of a deck of cards. So can you imagine like putting that in your drawer? But what's special about it is that it has an award-winning design of the world's first mini PC cooled by revolutionary airjet technology. So it's like a special chip that cools the PC. So I guess you could probably keep it in your drawer.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, on those really warm days, particularly, you know, living down in South Africa, when you get that like 30-degree heat, you know, you walk into your office and your office is generally pretty small, the PC's running, it's like insanely hot, but now you got this microchip with like, and it's already small and compact with really great like air capabilities, keeping it cool and making sure that your PC doesn't overheat and explode.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty
That's
damn good
really
to me.
important. And if it does explode, it'll do so in silence, because apparently this mini PC that is like, I'm not kidding you, this big can operate in near silence. So secret gaming at work. And you know, maybe if you don't want to do secret gaming, but you don't have a lot of room to work with, then the ZOTAC Magnus is the PC for you. It's a tower, but actually much smaller than your regular tower. It's a mini powerhouse, which has all the gaming capabilities that you would need. So a 13th generation Intel Core i7 processor, which is perfect. NVIDIA GeForce 4070. So you could play any game you would want on this thing. And it's a smaller tower, like I said, so you could fit it if maybe your gaming setup is in a closet. And you could do everything from GPU hardware acceleration, ray tracing, anything with AI accelerated applications. The ZOTAC Magnus is the piece of hardware that you need, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, you know what, when you're cosplaying Harry Potter and you find yourself in the broom closet. And honestly, what's really impressive about this is, like, have you seen the size of GPUs these days?
Oh my God,
they are
yeah.
massive. So the fact that they've like in Smallland shrunk down the size, I suppose, and fit it into this like much smaller case that's made it a little bit more manageable, that's really, really impressive. And it still packs a punch. But what else packs a punch is today's tournament, which we are going to be hopping into, and we do have our bracket available, so we can take a look at that and see which teams are going to be competing today. It is our semi-final and our grand final at the end.
Yeah, we got best of ones all the way through, including the semifinals, and the grand final will be a best of three. What these players are playing for, of course, is some shmoney. We'll talk about the point system in a second, but a $1,500 prize pool, not bad when maybe the competition isn't at the highest level. You know, who stays up this late, or maybe it's the off season and everyone's competing in other tournaments. Then you can sneak into this one and steal away some prizes. $600 for first, $400 for second, $250 for third and fourth. And ZOTAC Cup also has a loyalty program where the more you compete in their ZOTAC Cup tournaments, you get some points based on your placing. So 11 points for first, 6 points for second, 3 points for third. And what's super cool is, well, if you dominate all their tournaments, you can cash in those points for more prizes, which is awesome. So on the schedule, we are supposed to jump in with Ivy League Gaming versus Team Cobalts, and then we have Valhalla versus Zola Esports at the bottom, and we'll see who we get to see first.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, particularly because, like, so these teams might seem relatively unfamiliar if you aren't as familiar with the APAC scene, so that's where we are, right? We're broadcasting the APAC scene. And 3 of our 4 top teams actually recently competed in one of the VCT off-season events, the Predator League Philippines. And, I mean, I think 2 of them got top 4 placing, which was Zol and Valhalla. So we've got some really, really good talent competing here today. And then we had Team Kobolds. They were the one team that didn't compete in that off-season event, but they've been competing in some regional events, some Mongolian events or leagues there. They recently came second, I think, in their most recent circuit. So yeah, teams that have really been doing well in their own kind of regions. And I do know that 2 of our players today competed at the Sao Paulo lock-in. So really exciting to see that we've got some pretty seasoned talent and you're looking to make a run at that prize money that you were talking about.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 teams, Filipino, 1 Mongolian. I'm excited to see them all clash because the Mongolian team is Team Kobolds, who have a lot of recognizable players. They compete mainly in their regional tournaments, and now they get to all clash in a tournament like this to see who is the best of the best, at least during the off season. And hey, get some extra cash in their pockets right before the holidays are about to hit, or when, you know, everyone's busy with their family. They're still on the grind, so you gotta respect the hustle.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like, the whole thing about off season is obviously the main circuit for Valorant ended a few months ago, so there's this like little gap in the calendar where not much is happening. So it's a perfect opportunity for amazing partners, amazing broadcasters, amazing TOs like ZOTAC to come in and create these opportunities for gamers to keep their skills sharp in preparation of the next year. Because remember, like, the VCT landscape has somewhat changed in that Premier now takes you directly into the Challengers League, and Premier is what happens in your Valorant client. So at the absolute grassroots level, you then have the opportunity to bump up into the tier 2 scene. So for these teams that are taking the time to put the practice in, get those officials, make sure that they're keeping their skills sharp, they're going to have a little bit of a leg up when Premier starts again and when it comes time to qualifying for those Challengers events. And I know that a lot of the players that are competing today have competed in Challengers events in the past. So there's a lot of experience in these rosters, and making sure that you are ready when the time comes is so important. Everybody wants to make a run for a shot at champs.
And yeah, there is no vacation for teams like this, right?
No.
You think you would spend this off season, you know, just maybe rebuilding their rosters or doing something else with their lives. Zola Esports especially are the team to watch for me. They got 3rd in that Valorant Challengers regionals, Philippines regional scene, the Philippines split. They got 2nd in the Predator League when it comes to the Philippines. They are the highest placing team, so be on the lookout for Zola Esports, who it's great to see when you can pop on the Wikipedia and all the players have a page. That's usually a good sign that they've been around the block.
Yeah, a lot of experience, like we said. And with this being a best of 1 for the first couple of games, that does also play a huge part into it. You know, I said something at an event about a week ago, and it struck a chord with a few people, and I feel like I'm just going to keep saying it for the rest of my life. Best of 1s are like pistol rounds. Like, they really are kind of anyone's game. Honestly, and they can go either way, just depending on the day, depending on the map. It really can be kind of 50-50. So it's very difficult to kind of guess who's going to be walking away with the wins here. And then after winning out in those best of 1s, if you do win, you then find yourself in the grand final, which is a best of 3. So hopefully teams won't be too tired when we get into that a little bit later today. There is a 3rd place match as well. That will not be broadcast, but teams will be fighting out to determine, well, who is going to come in the 3rd place spot and get a little bit extra of that cash. And yeah, so getting those best of 1s out of the way, that's really important. I think, remember that this is single elimination. So it's not like you have a safety net. You can lose this best of 1 and, oh, cool, we're going to go for the lower bracket run. That's not a thing. So the smallest mistake could absolutely mess you up here and will definitely ruin your chances at that grand final. So it's kind of all systems go here. Thankfully, like, for me, it's like 8 a.m. For you, it's like 11 or 12 p.m.
Yeah.
But for our players, it's kind of like midday-ish. So they're not going to be too tired. They're actually going to be feeling fairly comfortable, unlike us, kind of zombified a little bit. They're going to be on top of their game. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they play.
Yeah, I actually just Googled, like, what time is it in the Philippines? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Perfect.
It's the middle of the grind. So I better see everybody at their absolute peak, okay? While as us, we could be a little bit delusional since it's like 10 p.m. here. And we currently have the pick and bans underway, so we'll be reporting what that special map will be. And I love that you brought up just how, like, it could be anybody's game, because not every team is good on every map. Every team has a weakness, that kryptonite, and you want to avoid that said map at all costs. So who can really be the most balanced team, and one that is consistent, one that brings momentum, and one that strikes first? Well, we'll have to find out, because the winner of this first semi, of course, goes to the grand final and almost doubles their prize pool at that point. And hey, you get the title of ZOTAC Cup champion, and which sounds pretty cool to me.
And what I love about Best of Ones is the fact that, so in a 7 map pool, so you're banning out 6 of those maps, and obviously each team gets 3 bans each. Quick maths. And what that tells me is that the final map that we get to play, it's a little bit like a map that gets floated in a best of 3. It's the map that both teams are perhaps not their best maps, because there's every possibility that the enemy team, after banning out their own worst map, will then try and ban out your best map, right? So it's very much kind of a middling map for both teams. It's one of those maps that you know that they're both going to be relatively comfortable on, so it should be a fairly even matchup.
And I'm happy to report... Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll wait for the nice graphic to be updated before I put any spoilers out there. All the snow hit me in the face. What do we have? With all the picks and the bans, the stripes come down. We're going to split for our first semi-final, I believe, between Ivy League Gaming and Cobalt. So I'm excited for this. Usually split doesn't get picked a whole lot in the tournaments that I've seen. How about you?
Yeah, no, generally speaking, and funnily enough, Ascent getting banned out first. Like, Ascent is the super kind of stock standard. It's the map that all teams tend to be relatively good on. It's really like your default, right? Super straightforward. There aren't a lot of like weird gimmicks and things. There aren't like teleports or ropes or, you know, 3 sites. It's very, very straightforward. But Split has a little bit more maneuverability. It's got a bit of that verticality. It's got a lot of different ways that you can play it. And while historically it was pretty defender-sided, it has started to kind of even out a little bit. So really impressive, I think, that both teams are feeling fairly comfortable on this. I must admit, I'm quite sad that Lotus and Sunset were banned out, because I've been enjoying those maps. I am a new map enjoyer. I know a lot of people will think that I'm absolutely out of my mind, but I think that they're a lot of fun to watch. But you know what? Split's not a bad map. Split's not a bad map.
Well, I think the one gimmick, and you're gonna hate me for this, but you're stuck with me for the next 3 matches, is I'm a bit of a judge player. And Split, when Split comes up, I'm a happy judge player. I love just you can play some nasty judge places. There's a lot of close quarters. There's a lot of cheese quarters you can play. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing this here, but you know, sometimes in these community tournaments, some shenanigans can happen. But I love me some judge.
Oh yeah, particularly because like Raze is such a good agent on this map, so you go for the satchel judge play. Oh man, bro, just like it's like when you satchel Showstopper and you just have this like clay pigeon flying around, but it also has a bazooka. It's somewhat terrifying, and some of the best shots, in my opinion, are when Raze is getting shot out of the sky. So I'll be curious to see if we see a bit of that. There's also a lot of other like possibility for agent composition, right? Like Viper has historically been really popular on this map, but some teams still really enjoy running the Sage for that little bit of extra stall potential. I'm very curious to see, because APAC have been known throughout the Valorant scene for being very creative with their agent compositions and with their, you know, very intense kind of aggressive and dramatic play styles. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some crazy like Yorus or some ISOs thrown in there, you know, just to keep things fresh and keep us on our toes.
I feel like with the recent buffs to Cypher, that he's become more and more of a popular Sentinel over something like Sage. I personally love me being a kitten Sage. I love throwing some walls up and being not the problem, but Sentinel, or Cypher mainly, with the trap wire buffs and how important cages are, I could see Cypher being the Sentinel of choice. It's become more and more popular as of late, and we're just waiting on one player to join, by the way. The talking of us will continue, but rather with gameplay in store. So thanks for being patient with us, y'all.
Oh gosh, Lemon, just start game. Cast the start game.
Oh, I know. I want more me time on the screen, everybody. Sorry. No. I'd rather also be watching the game, but someone is late. It's 2 p.m. You have no excuse unless you're coming home from school. I actually don't know how old these players are, so that's my next question.
Is there still school at this point? Our schools have broken up for the year.
True.
So it is December. So
I know. I've never been to the Philippines or Mongolia. I don't know if they got school in December. But that would suck.
So I just wanted to touch on what you were saying about Cypher. So obviously he's had some crazy buffs, but also like an agent like Sky has had a bit of a nerf recently as well. So there have been quite a few shakeups in the meta. Very interesting to see, because Cypher has always been pretty strong on Split. There are some really, really nasty cam spots that you can get a lot of value out of. And Killjoy, like, she does have her place, but I think that Split is very much a Cypher map. And in terms of the Sky, you know, I play Sky everywhere. I'm a Sky one trick, but I think that like Breach is also incredible on Split. So much space denial potential there. The utility really does come in handy. The Rolling Thunder can be absolutely devastating, particularly because the sites are so small and so kind of closed off. So I think that that's likely more where we're going to be leaning here. But definitely the Cypher. I used to be a Cypher one trick, but see, I'm one of those players, right? I don't get multiple tricks.
Yeah.
No, I don't get frags. I can't aim. I can't aim to save my life. I'm one of those people, like, I see two people, and instead of aiming for one, I split the difference. It's just not good. But, all right, I walk out of a game with like 20 assists. All right, I'd be on the comms, bro. Like, he's ramp. All right, he used his tailwind. He doesn't have flash. All right, he's reloading. You push him. That's my job. So I play things like Sky and Cypher, and so I have a little bit of a bias. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, you play with your mic on. That's really important. We have one player who likes to play out of his seat because we're still waiting on them. But Split is interesting because at least when I was covering Game Changers, I see sometimes the double duelists like Jet and Raze, and he has some really explosive offenses. But hey, we get to actually see what the composition may be as we enter Agent Select.
Alright, well, interestingly enough, both teams insta-locking the Sky. I don't hate it. Again, one trick. Love her to bits. But I feel like a Breach might have been a little bit more util there, particularly with those nerfs that have come out. But we'll give it a moment and let him cook. It is a mirror matchup here, and let him cook, bro. Let him cook. Viper's on board again. I love the double controller. I think like a lot of teams are moving into the double controller meta as opposed to the double initiator. It's really good for denying space.
Yeah, and that's the tough part, is how do you maneuver around the map when you have a limited visibility, and really how are you wanting to push past those barriers or walls or smokes as a team. And it's going to be really up to those duelists that use the mobility to get in, get information, communicate quickly, even if they don't get kills. Be a bit of an Aori out there, open your mouth and make a plan and contribute in some kind of way, ideally in kills. We're going to need it.
We're going to hop into our very first semi-final here. Looking forward to seeing what these two teams are going to show for us. We head into the buy phase. So far, yeah, obviously this is just going to be straight up pistols. No crazy shenanigans. Does look like we've got a nice little Viper wall set up over towards that A site, but it's going to be a little bit of a fake wall. Not going to be pushing that. But if they do need to rotate back, they will have that available. So it's a good as a bit of a backstop.
All right, a bit of noise down mid. Standard Omen setup. The Cypher is actually over at A, so camera intel not reporting any news, but Ivy League taking their time. Now have the Boombot ready. Leading that charge is Ivy, but somehow Cobalt just spraying through the smoke, picks up two with the Ghost. But Ivy League got their trades. Now with the one-man advantage, they hope to get the spike down. So far, so good! Here is Next, picking up one. Now using the Trailblazer to find out where these last two players are, and now spots that they're both in a corner. Zeta has to hit the shots, but Cypher Cage does come up, and the flash is beautiful from Vipora. It's the 1 versus 1, only one Sky remains, and it's Ivy League with the first round.
That was really good execute there. Full 5 push in over towards that B site. Overrun it, and Kobolds with only 2 players left to try and retake. The early smoke spam was really dangerous, and the fact that Kobolds are able to get 2 there is huge. But Vipora has a really good little clutch there. Nice Cypher Trap comes out, or Cyber Cage rather. Flash can come through, allows the space for Vipora to spam down. Easiest of claps. That's going to be the first round available for Ivy League. So, of course, a little bit of a force here. I do see 1 ghost on board. That's going to be Zeta. Going to be trying to save up for a better gun a little bit later on. But for now, going to be at a slight disadvantage. So we'll have to play a bit more passive.
Okay, Sphinx is really far pushed up there on the Rays on defense. Just trying to listen for anything. Really, the B site was preferred from Ivy League last time. And they kind of have a split here of the Cypher lurking on the right there of the offense, maybe trying to make some noise over at A, and maybe making the call that, okay, let's not hang around A, or let's not hang around B, let's rotate quickly to A, but Cobalt's read this.
Oh man, it's BE who had the spam through the smoke a little bit earlier on. Such a good anchor. Now the gamble stack over towards A has worked out perfectly. No flank put into position here except for Sphinx. He's ready.
Sphinx is coming on the flank and hearing the noises, the shots being exchanged. Ivy League goes up on the ramp, and if Sphinx has already picked up 1, decides to disengage. You can't take a 1v4 no matter how good you are on the duelist. And now with Ivy League having a threat behind, have not assessed this. Choo-Choo pushes through the front. They need to take care of business. Ivy League steps up and haven't lost a single person. And now the 1v4, this backline lurker, Sphinx, I mean, has their location revealed. Ivy League knows this person is behind. So this spike is planted, and Sphinx already has limited health.
And he's dead.
Yeah.
I mean,
whole
this was
firing
well
squad
from
was
Ivy
there.
League. Truly. I had hoped that they would have sent their Sky on kind of a flanking mission through mid so that Sphinx would be like kind of counter-flanked, but instead they sent Sphinx to back up the rest of the team, and ultimately it is the right call because they get a few kills out over onto the site. Again, they're at a bit of an anti-eco, so they have the advantage, mow down a few players, get in onto the site, and the lurk that was activated from Kobolds, now you're the only player left alive, and there really isn't too much more that you're going to be able to get done. However, they are able to buy up into this round. It's light shields, but having the gun advantage could be just what they need to bring them back into it.
I love the decisiveness out of Ivy League when it came to rotating A, going fast in when you have someone on the flank, and just through the smokes, the fire, and the flames, first blood goes to the defense, and Cobalts need to stop that momentum from Ivy League, but with the economy favoring the offense, it's going to be tough, but Ivy League are prioritizing ramp control here, but with the smoke, it's going to be difficult to deal with Sphinx. Are they at ropes? Are they at the window? It's going to be tough, but Ivy League going to commit more members, but Sphinx at the window picks up 2, now has the assistance of the Viper. Cobalts have been having a chokehold on this heaven side.
Oh, wow. It's just an absolute cleanup here, but it's down to the 2 versus 2. This has been a great little bit of trading from Ivy. Now it looks like they're going to call for the rotate. Are they going to be aware that there is a player out towards mid? They're stomping around. Are they going to check this corner? Oh! No, they're not!
Wow.
Oh. What a way for it to end.
Yeah, Cobalts with these, like, corner holds, like, a few multi-kills, namely on the Heaven side, that I thought was going to kill that offense for Ivy League, and then back, the double kill when trying to push on the opposite side. Really cool clutch from Cobalts, although Ivy League have been able to get some trades of their own to make this close, but hey, stifling that momentum is huge for this defense.
Yeah, and I think one of the big issues with that push towards the A site is so you're trying to use the neural theft. You want to like throw out the hat. The hat gets spotted through the smoke, so Sphinx is able to pull or turn away as the flash comes out. And again, it's an angle that they don't check, like you said. So he's able to get a double kill off the back of that. So it's these small little things that give away that information. And if you're giving the information away for free, well, you can't blame Kobolds for using it.
Yeah, default check here from Ivy League. Maybe looking to push mid, and this is where Sphinx on this defense is like to hold close, but might have sensed a threat and deciding to play a more safe position over on the top side. Trailblazer Just getting some info, but it's really tough through the smoke. So Ivy League are trying to cross, and Choo-Choo with 2 opens things up. So they have ropes control. They're deciding to go top of B, and there's 2 defenders there of Cobalts waiting for this push. And now they're giving up the site, just hoping to collapse on them once Ivy League do push in. But now deciding for the fake, don't want to be too obvious. Now they're rotating A.
And the flash would have spotted out Orgel, so great little bit of cover there, making sure that they can get that kill. And now with 2 players left, this is going to be impossible, damn near, for Cobalt. Just saw a lot of like dry pushing through smokes, very little utility being used, and so quickly getting mowed down. To be fair, you don't expect the Rays to be in such an advanced position, but you have to check. You have to just be aware of the possibility, and so it looks like it is going to be a save here from Kobolds. They cannot afford to lose the last few vestiges of weaponry that they have, and it is a clean and flawless round from Ivy League. They had a little bit of a stumble in the previous round where they had a slightly inferior weaponry, but the rifles back into their hands, play that aggressive style that the APAC region is so well known for, and suddenly Kobolds just start to crumble under the pressure.
I've been a fan of Choo-Choo's work on the Duelists, at least when it comes to Ivy League, getting a lot of these entry frags, being very consistent and dependable when it comes to that first person who has to enter the site. And Ivy League have very interesting decision making. They look like they're going to B, but then they fake and go to A, and they process that information of who is on the site, who, based on the utility that they see, and see that their best possibility is to go to A, and that's brought success time and time again for Ivy League.
A slight concern here for Spix, right? So obviously Kobolds did go for the save, so they do have a couple of rifles that they kept over, which means that they could spread the wealth a little bit and make the buy a little bit more robust, but Spix is just chilling on a Sheriff, so those satchel plays are going to be so important for gaining that space and getting him into an advanced position again. For now, however, it looks like it's going to be a much slower default, but with a, again, advanced position here from Boy J, TPing up to the top of ramp. And it's all of this was just to get him into a potential flank position, because now they start heading back towards B, but he's been spotted.
Oh, Boy J just went to look at ropes, and the timing not on his side. So Ivy League get picked, and that's some important information for Kobolds to know that, okay, is the threat coming towards A because of that Heaven Lurk or no? Ivy League now, because of that miss, they're going to see if they can aim for B, but still waiting for them is an Omen on this defense. Trailblazer in, tries to teleport out. B took some damage, but the Viper Wall is that red carpet for Ivy League to try and get this spike down. As BE around the corner, they didn't expect this. Back into the action, only was able to get a 1-to-1, but a big double kill for Viper gives Ivy League a chance. A 1v2 for Zeta, and now was picking up guns at the wrong time, and Cobalt looking to even things up soon.
Yeah, timing on that was a little bit rough. Vipora with some of these heroic plays really been a massive difference maker, I think, for Ivy League. But a solid round there from Kobolds. That first kill, the idea from what Ivy League were doing was really good. Try and get their Omen in an advanced position, try and get him into a bit of a flank, but just unaware that Spix would be waiting for it, waiting for someone to just peek around the corner. And once you've shut down that flank, once they realize, hang on, This is just somebody who's like being put into a different position to flank around us. The push is actually going towards B. They can very quickly reposition.
Well, you heard that blast pack, Heaven, or over at ramps. Big kill from Choo-Choo. You dealt with the Cypher cam. You know there's a Cypher on site. You see if somebody's at ropes using the boom bot. So really good information from Ivy League. And Zeta knows that sometimes Kobolds like to be on that sewer flank. So good check. Good adaptations from Ivy League. This round feels like it's theirs just based on the confidence. In a 5 versus 3 in favor of this offense. Now they've slowed things down a lot despite opening up in such a huge way. But now trying to see if Kobolds are going to stay on the flank, but deciding now to fake the A push, go towards sewers, maybe towards mid or B.
This is good. Like, you can see some of the pings coming out to show out players like BE, who's chilling in mid. Viper realizes that that player is there and had been kind of on a flank watch, so the entire team avoids that, and now the Viper can flank around. This has been played so well. Only 2 players left here from Kobolds, and there's just nothing they can do.
30 seconds.
That was looking doable from Cobalts, but now it's all up to Orjo with the 2, but not enough. Ivy League make sure not to stagger too much, but Ivy League back in the driver's seat. It's been round after round of exchanges.
And very smart plays from Ivy League. So again, right, so they left Moriarty in that kind of attack side cubby in case somebody flanked around. And they'd even set up Vipora kind of deep in towards bottom ramp in case somebody tried to flank them on their way in towards mid. So they're being really smart about this. And Moriarty had kind of gotten the information that there would be someone in towards market. So a lot of that stuff is being fed around, a lot of that information getting passed from player to player, and you add on top of that just the pure fragging ability of Ivy League, and you can see why they're in the lead here.
Cobalts are trying to be aggressive in all of these rounds, whether it's on the flank, whether it's on the forefront, but it hasn't benefited them. Ivy League are starting to read these, and they're more prepared, but blasting in is Choo Choo with that Omen, defending Omen, all locked up. Utility thrown in their face. It's a 4 versus 2, and Ivy League are starting to run away with this. The momentum is on their side. The spike is planted, but at least Cobalts are pushing together. Can they get the trades? The flash is in. Sight set from Cobalts there on Heaven. One of the best spots you can come from. Sphinx with 1. The nade on top of Ivy League, who have to scatter as Cobalts want to take advantage of this moment. And oh my god, the showstopper has been stopped. And Zeta with 2 picks up the round for Ivy League.
Ooh, little known fact, the showstopper is actually the name of the bullets in Cypher's gun.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
I believed you for like 0.5 seconds. I was like, oh, fun fact.
No. But it could have been. It could have been. A really rough round there. But bearing in mind it was an eco. So they did a little bit of economic damage. Not terribly much, unfortunately. A little bit more would have been ideal. But at the very least, now they come back into this. They have a bye. They need to win this round because now this half is spiraling away from them out of control. And if they lose this half, then their chances of having a competitive second half are like little to none.
Trailblazer from Sphinx revealed that there's at least 1 player lurking over on the B entry. And now trying to assist this Omen of Cobalts on the defense because B has been hit pretty heavy. They keep that Viper defenders over at top Heaven of B. And Ivy League playing this slow, but they have full mid control. This has usually been Cobalts' Raze's thing to be far forward here, to have eyes on this, but Ivy League have all the space to work with. The entry and the blast pack to lock things up. Choo Choo with 2 does enough work for Ivy League, but with the trades from the defense, we're left in a 3 versus 3.
Nah, that's illegal, bro. The fact that he gets 2 there, I mean, 1 was already looking a little bit sketchy, but 2? At least they do trade out. So 3 versus 3 is more than doable from Cobalts. They gotta play it smart. They gotta play it as smart as Ivy League have done. And with this neural theft coming out, could be the game changer.
Okay, spike is going down. And the Viper's Pit activated over only on the Heaven side though, but it doesn't matter. The kills all come in for Ivy League. A 6-2 lead, 3 unanswered rounds. Ivy League just so confident moving around this map.
A little bit of an expensive round as well, it feels like, for Cobalt, right? So they used the showstopper in the round before. They used the neural theft in that round. They had all the weaponry available to them, but the coordination just isn't where it needs to be. And unfortunately, because they're not able to play off of each other adequately, they find themselves back down onto a Shiko. And Ivy League, I will say, I questioned the use of the Viper's Pit, but you know what? You won the round, so fair play. And they
it's
still do have a showstopper. Yeah, honestly, it was a zoning ult. Don't worry about it.
So, defenders of Cobalt love throwing utility in that garage over at B just to try to predict the push of Ivy League. But guess what? Nobody's home. It's quite a hidden default here over on the right side where maybe some util wanting to be used over at A, but they're just not moving at all. It's this Viper of Ivy League that's gonna maybe punish this overextension. The headshot lined up. And like I said, Cobalts love to go on these crazy flanks and try to take advantage of how slow Ivy League like to play at the start of rounds, but Ivy League are just always one step ahead of them.
And they've slowed down. I mean, this is uncommon for this region, right? These like slow default plays, taking your time, getting that early information, getting a pick. We're not going to get too hasty or too aggressive about this. We've got a pick. We have the advantage. We can slow it down. We can use that advantage and leverage it. And now the execute is going to come in towards this B site. Left. They can see that it is completely free and clear. So all they have to do is plant and hold the line.
Especially when you know that there's either one or two defenders over at B at all times. You already dealt with one because they overextended. You feel like the B side is weaker. The read was correct. Ivy League get the plant down. They got great positions over on the high ground. They someone over on the left door. Someone near the site watching the flank. And look, all the kills follow through. Showstopper from Ivy League. Looking to hit this Heaven's side. And Callie hitting the shots on the Sheriff. It works out. But a lot more work yet ahead of them in a 1 versus 2. Knowing maybe one is on the other side. It's the headshot on the Vipora. One on Garage is going to place the smoke down. And yeah, going to get burned to death from the opposing Viper.
Oh man, that snake bite. Like, this is what's so terrifying about Viper. The post-plant potential. It's so important to bait out as much of that utility as you possibly can, and unfortunately just were unaware that there was still a snake bite available. The poison cloud just to decay, get you really low, and so it's a really quick kind of one-shot kill as soon as that snake bite drops. And it was so close, man. It was looking like Kobolds were going to be able to finally get themselves a round under their belt. I do see we've got a bit of a timeout here, and I'm hoping that it's like a tactical timeout. It might be a little bit late for it, but better late than never, I guess, you know. Got a couple of rounds left in this half. 3 rounds to be exact. And Kobolds needs every single one of them. Now they've got a buy again. They do have 2 ultimates that they can use. One of them is the Viper's Pit, and you could almost completely lock down a site if you pop that early on. Plus, obviously, being able to teleport like into their back line. Maybe not into their back line because that's really telegraphed, but if you could do something really cheeky with that, I think that there's a lot of potential here to turn this back around in their favor, particularly because there aren't any ultimates online for Ivy League just yet.
And you know that B likes to hold the B site, so let's say the action goes down over at A, can teleport maybe into sewers, like try to get behind them, at least make them panic a little bit, or, you know, just teleport quicker into the action. Don't feel like you have to rotate early out of B. You have that ultimate Viper's Pit early. Kobolds have really liked to use utility early on the B site, mainly in that garage. Maybe a Viper's Pit happens there, but Ivy League pushes have come really slow as of late, so I don't know if the Viper's Pit early is going to stimulate any kind of response out of Ivy League, who have kind of like to sit back and make a plan for like the first 30 seconds of the game. And no ultimates on the side of Ivy League. I mean, they don't feel like they really even need it. Economy's on their side. Cobalt looking like me out there in terms of how little money they have. They got to figure out how to get cash back on their side.
I think a big proponent for this is also like Zeta and Choo Choo casually chilling on like 10 kills each, double digit wonder.
Oh wow, yeah.
I think Zeta's like 10 and 5, so that's like a 2 KD over 9 rounds. I mean, it really just I don't want to say overperforming, but performing incredibly well so far. But of course, we are just in the first half here. It is a best of 1, so Kobolds really have to pull something out here, have to make some magic happen.
Choo Choo making some noise, trying to draw out this Cypher that's holding the site, and out this wall up. This nade could also push back Ivy League even more, but no splash damage coming in. Ivy League deciding to prioritize the ramp side, but the Viper wall is still blocking there too. But now that it's down, we could see Ivy League having a window of opportunity.
I like that they keep it low and slow. I like that they look for this early information where they can get it. But they are giving up a little bit of map control here. B is already pushed all the way out into Garage, and the possibility of a flank is very strong here.
30
especially
seconds left.
if you consider the fact that Sky can also push out.
I've
Well, I thought they were going to come head-to-head with Moriarty, but it doesn't happen now. Seekers come out. That's going to give over a ton of information as the execute's coming from ropes all the way into sight. Shots firing through, and Choo Choo will lose his life.
Yeah, there's only 12 seconds left too. Vipora needs to get the plant down, and over on the back site, Kobolds have 3 pushing. They're actually only 2, but the Sky over on Heaven. Ivy League could get collapsed on. They only have inches to work with, but they got the crossfire between Vipora and Moriarty, and as the push comes in, it's 1-1, but the omen there of Boy J couldn't get the trades, and Cobalts finally have some signs of life.
Yeah, I felt like the crossfire that they were trying to set up towards the back there was decent, but you can see there's a little bit of like over eagerness. So there's a swing out, and there's no way that a teammate can trade off there. You're running directly into two of the defender players, and sure, you're going to be able to get one. It would have been phenomenal if the spray transfer comes through and you can get two, but chances of that happening are incredibly low. And like I said, no way your teammate's going to be able to swing on you. So a little bit impatient there. Needed to play back a little bit further. Make sure that you've got that crossfire covered. But Kobolds, it was a much needed round win, and it could just set them up. They're not out of the woods just yet. One ult online, one player still only on half armor, but definitely feeling a lot more confident. And there's that early round Viper's Pit to lock down mid. There's been a lot of mid control from Ivy League, and Kobolds don't want to allow that trend to continue.
At least with Cobalts winning that last round, they got some economy. You know, well, also they get to keep some of their guns, but if that round didn't go their way, we could see they could pretty much say goodbye to that first half with only a few more rounds to go, and Ivy League being in such a dominant lead. Cobalts will try to close the gap, and they have that early Viper's Pit in mid, and I like that Cobalts are not letting this go for free. The Trailblazer from Ivy League reveals the defenders, and the spray and pray through the smoke favors Ivy League with 2 kills. And look at this very far forward hold there from Cobalts and B Garage. Ivy League are going to be storming in a second, and Spick gets picked, and B wasn't ready for the trade, wasn't in a crossfire position. In a 1v5, surely this is a save there for that Cypher, and Ivy League will have even more money to have.
And the worst part is that, I mean, this puts us on 8-3. That's like 1 round left. One last chance for Cobalt. And I think surely this is going to be a save call. I think that trying to push this 1v5, even if you get 1 or 2 kills, the ending result is just not worth the investment. So rather hang back, hold on to the gun. Nope, not going to happen.
Yeah, there was only one place that Orgil could be. Like, Ivy League had control of B Garage. They were pushing out of the backside of B. There was only one spot that you had no eyes on, and that was top of heaven. I absolutely agree that maybe keeping your gun would have been nice, but it looked like maybe they felt they had enough money, or they had to try and stifle the economy of Ivy League. I don't know, but ego push, there's a lot of options there of what that could have been.
Yeah, I mean, just one of those moments, kind of the pressure's getting to you and nobody's really thinking about it. You're just kind of hard focusing. What is this buy?
An op? Nice. 2 ops?
2 ops? All right, cool. I mean, I saw the shorties as well. Like, okay, Ivy League going for the full meme to win play.
Well, if Cobalt's like the flank, they'll find a juicy op back there, but no, Ivy League just gonna get the 1 pick. And usually they like to push B off of that first blood like they've done in previous rounds, but Ivy League have been known to be hard to predict. They like to fake and go to the opposite side. Vipora is still here lurking, and with that flash, the defense knows that Ivy League is at least still in B Garage. With the neural theft, though, Cobalts have been revealed. Is the L of this second half being revealed, though? Ivy League make the entry over on the A site, though. They got the spike. There's no one from Cobalts here. That one defender that has been removed, and the spike is being planted.
Spike planted.
And there are 2 lurks for potential activation. Yeah, they don't even need the lurk. Last player left alive. Spike's good for 1, but an absolute mountain to climb. It all starts here with 3 players pincering in on him. Manages to get. Oh my god, he gets 2.
Oh, wait a minute. If there's anyone who can do it, it's Spix. Oh my god, through heaven. No. Too far away. Zeta had time to back. There's 2 Ivy League players in heaven, and the spike is planted for heaven. You won't be able to defuse this unless you expose yourself to these players with 5 HP. They all come out, and Ivy League take the last round of the half.
Whew. All right, that was pretty high octane from Sphinx. I can't believe that he gets 2 kills in heaven and then is still able to back out, get onto the site, and again, that post-plant Viper utility, that snake bite, just really does come back to bite him. And I understand the logic behind tapping the spike, trying to draw out a swing, but it chunks him down to 5 HP. And there's little to no chance that he's going to get anything done with that. There was very little chance in either way because they both double swung him. But still, just really kind of rock in a hard place position to try to play from. There really wasn't like a right call for that one. It was always going to be damn near impossible. So unfortunately, Kobolds are going to come into their attacking half with only 3 rounds to play with.
Well, if this is more attackers side heavy, as you hinted at before the match started, maybe Kobolds can depend on that. And they look like they're already heading towards A. They've got 2 mid. They got the flashes of this Sky to work with. It's 1-1 with at least your Sky remaining, which is good to assist on this A site entry. They're going to now push through ramps. The defending Sky will be there to even get great information using Trailblazer, using Flash. I don't even know if they were able to afford it. Either way, Kobolds have entered the site. The Sky on the defense emerges from the smoke, gets picked off. And Kobolds win all their matchups, so they'll get a free plant.
Yeah, 2v4 retake. Very difficult to try and mount here. See if they can at least get a couple of kills, maybe a little bit of extra cash for themselves, but that's very much the most that they can hope for. Moriarty with just a classic. Oh, okay.
They got to stand still and hit those. All right, Moriarty, show us what you're made of, but everyone is playing hide and go seek, and time is not on Moriarty's side. But this raise is also very low. Gonna proc the spike, sees one heaven, turns and couldn't burn onto B. And the round goes to Kobolds.
Pistol rounds, man. They're like best of ones.
Yeah.
Really can go either way. And a much needed round there for Kobolds. I think if they'd lost that pistol round, I would have been calling GG. So the fact that they're able to do that, now they've got a little bit of a buy that they can work with, some cash to burn. I like the Guardian play. I mean, such a high-powered weapon that you can use from range. It's like a mini operator. Especially if you hit the headshot. So we'll see if they can make some magic happen with that. Of course, huge advantage in the guns here. Ivy League, no weaponry to work with. So this is the perfect opportunity. But look at this rush. Look at this push.
One enemy remaining.
That is rough. 3 for Cali from Kobolds. This will be the freest plan. Actually, let's just get this round over with. No plant for you. Kobolds now with back-to-back rounds.
That last kill came from the Trailblazer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so, like, Util does, some Util, like, trapwires and Trailblazers and stuff, they do this, like, minuscule amount of damage, so if you're really low, I've seen people die to a trapwire, it is hilarious. Just as funny seeing it on a, honestly, bro, Trailblazer go kill. But, I mean, I don't think that we were really expecting too much else from that. It was a gamble stack. They go for an aggressive push out of A. If it had been B, they were going to try and kind of rotate around and retake as if they were attackers. But I think that either way, that would have gone more or less the way that it did. Now Ivy League have guns. This is where things get dangerous for the Kobolds.
Okay, this is who can get a kill through the smoke. Because Kobolds already got information. There's at least one person. Ropes. They flash the person again. They say, stay in your place. But I don't think Kobolds really want to cross this road before looking both ways. But the push is actually going through B. This Sky from Kobolds is only a distraction. Ivy League have their sights set on mid, thinking there is a push coming there. But Boy just says, help me. It's coming B. And Kobolds are sending it. But this Heaven control from Choo Choo is too strong. Got the boom bot to get a distraction going. And man, Choo Choo has been such a dependable player for Ivy League. Now in a 2 versus 3 though, Kobolds still have to collect the spike and get it going. No, the spike is lost. Sphinx. Now their position is revealed. The nade will push Choo Choo into that engage. A great use of util out of Sphinx, but now left in a 1 versus 3 and stunned up. Here's someone behind. Turns on the Moriarty. Now in a 1 versus 2, this could be doable using the blast pack, thinking someone was peeking around the corner, but now has to look both ways, and someone can peek from mid at any moment. This is going to be so tough for this Kobold player.
Yep. And that's all she wrote.
Yeah.
I would love to know what Sphinx's headshot ratio has been, because it really does feel like it's just headshot after headshot. Sorry, not Sphinx, Choo Choo. Just constantly hitting them. 16 and 11 is where he currently sits. It's just ridiculous how much value he's getting. It really has been kind of the Choo Choo Go Kill show. Been a huge performer. And unfortunately, I mean, that was an important round. Look, it was the bonus round. So now they buy in. Now we have evened out weaponry. We've got a judge. It's not the Raze judge that I was really looking forward to, but might still see some shenanigans with that one. Last chance here for Kobolds, in my opinion anyway, to turn this back around.
Hey, Ramp seems pretty free, but man, this Viper is hurting. Cruising for a bruising, but is at least gonna listen in on the ropes, see what's up, and judge player! Mad respect to Moriarty on Ivy League, holding mid like a man. And Ivy League, well, they're holding everything so far. They got the first 2 kills. You got Trailblazer looking left, looking right, jumping past. Moriarty repositioning.
Poison's off.
And now they got some help over at ropes too from Choo Choo, so Kobolds, they're still committed to mid after all that utility, but not really sure where people are coming from. You heard a judge. I'm surprised you're still pushing mid, but Kobolds are stubborn. They're gonna go in despite the flash. Moriarty still gets the kill, and a 1v5. It's just simply not happening for Kobolds.
1 round away from match point. Choo Choo's got the shiny gun. Very well deserved. It's very seldom that I get the shiny gun, but when I do, you know, it's a really dope feeling. And unfortunately for Kobolds, not going to be feeling too great. Pistol round once again, and knowing that losing this round is going to put them on map and series point. They will have a little bit of cash to work with into the next round. You can see them going for the full Shiko here. I would have liked to have seen them buy down to like 2k. So many of those players so far below the 1.5 mark, just not ideal. But I get it. You know, you want to try and win this round if you can, and Sheriffs are your best bet at doing that.
Ooh. A crack through the smoke there from Cobalt's Viper to get some eyes over on ropes, and it's been completely open. But knowing someone could be at the corner of the staircase, good checks from Kobolds, a lot of noise. And a util from the offensive sky into B garage to split the focus of the defense, and well, you can't confuse Ivy League. They're called that for a reason. I don't think they're actually affiliated with the school, but they're pretty smart.
I like the name. I think it really reflects a lot of the smart plays that we've seen from them. You see, this is the rough part as well, because a lot of these angles that Ivy League are holding, they're kind of off angles, but they're kind of not. Like, again, you know, slightly advanced there in positioning, but holding in heaven. And if you don't pre-fire that, if you don't know to expect it, when you just have a sheriff, you're gonna lose that fight, and that's what happens.
The dog do be stomping, and that caused some ruckus. And really, the trouble is Sphinx on the sky being in trouble, but turning on to Choo Choo. Now it's time to go the double kill, but no, the right side window, the Omen of Boy J pops up, gets the clutch kill that his team needed. Now Ivy League are on match point. If they win this round, they go to the grand final of our Frostfall Fragfest Cup.
And this was the thing, like, we knew that Ivy League were going to be a pretty decent team into this. Like, you know, we spoke about where they've competed before. But I really hope that Kobolds were going to have a bit of a better showing here. However, it's not over until it's over. I have seen crazier comebacks. Unfortunately, it needs to start now. It needed to start like 3 rounds ago, but now it really needs to start now. And with a few ultimates to play with, it's definitely doable, but it's going to be a Herculean task at the least.
Oh, a very fast push to be heaven. But a 3 stacked of Ivy League there, and Choo Choo made their way through garage, picks up the 1, but now as they go to deal with that heaven problem, Sphinx pops off for Kobolds. 3 versus 2, with Ivy League not in a position to win this round. Now that this Viper's Pit is down, the spike is planted. It all comes down to how do you break into the smoke. Moriarty is climbing down quietly, slowly through the ropes. Both eyes are onto this door. Did you hear that? Oh, but as soon as they jump in, they didn't expect that Sky to be that close. And through the smoke, Zeta has a lot of work to do, but it won't be today. Cobalts pick up the round.
Alright, so a lot of aggressive play there from Ivy League, but Kobolds do a really good job of reading into it, and taking that Heaven space while it was relatively unguarded is massive. Viper's Pit also kind of stalls out so much, and what's really great about that round is that they won it while only using one ultimate. So they do manage to hold on to so much more for this round. The big concern here is that Ivy League will have ults to match, and I'm not too sure that Kobolds are going to be able to continue this streak.
Just stomping their way through A. They got the ults to work with. Showstopper at the ready for Sphinx. And the lane is clear. Plant available. Smokes beautifully placed there at Heaven. So the defense is waiting for the full rotate. They want to address this as a team, because this could be the final round. The spike is planted all the way in the corner. Ivy League having to dislodge this is going to be tough. They try to spread out. They have no one backside. They still got to deal with smokes, as Cobalts have been able to hold their own despite getting hit by utility time and time again. Choo-choo in for the Showstopper, and those Cypher bullets are just deadlier. And so far, we're left in a 4 versus 4 with Heaven control. The kills in favor of Ivy League, and this Omen that's stuck 6 feet under. Huge kills coming out of Zeta, and Ivy League will be going to the grand final.
Huge congratulations to them. You know, we spoke a little bit about how they had competed in the Predator League, one of the off-season events fairly recently. To be fair, they did not actually get that far in the league. So I'm really impressed with how well they've done here, but knowing that 2 of the teams that we're going to have in our next semi-final had competed in it previously and had done, you know, that little bit better in that tournament, it does perhaps leave Ivy League feeling a little bit nervous, but snagging themselves this first win is definitely going to be a huge boon for them. Big feather in the cap, but of course they're going to get to take a little bit of a break now before the grand final. The team that plays next, or the 2 teams in our next semi-final, they're going to kind of go straight from that into the grand final. So there is a little bit of a boon here for Ivy League Gaming, and I think they're going to be feeling really comfortable with that. It is commiserations, of course, to excuse me, to Team Kobolds. We didn't really know what to expect from them. They've only really competed in those smaller Mongolian tournaments, so very small regional stuff. They are one of the top teams, but unfortunately just could not match up to Ivy League today, so they will be heading down to the 3rd place match, which is going to be played a little bit later on as well.
And they will be facing the loser of our upcoming semifinal, Valhalla versus Zol Esports. But before we get into that, we're actually going to be hearing some thoughts from Ivy League Gaming to hear, are they actually from the school? How smart are they? What is their IQ? And I maybe get to show some love to Zeta and Chuchi, who are my personal MVPs of that match. It's been exciting so far. I hope you guys have enjoyed the ZOTAC Cup so far. And make sure you check out their new product, Z-Box Pico with Airjet. It's their new mini PC that is cooled using a very special chip technology, very awesome. And also the ZOTAC Magnus, which is a smaller tower but built with power, with a bunch of awesome components like an NVIDIA 4070 and a 13th generation Intel Core i7. Maybe if the Cobalts were running one of those, they would have taken more rounds. I'm just kidding. I'm sure they have a great setup. But we have a great setup for this interview coming up, so don't go anywhere. everybody, welcome back to the Frostfall Fragfest Cup. I got Moriarty, the Viper Specialist Extraordinaire from Ivy League Gaming. Hello, congratulations, nice to meet you.
Hi, guys.
How'd you think the match went? You popped off.
I think it really went into our favor. Our hard work really paid off all these past weeks. We've been grinding very hard every day, doing scrims from body reviews to mappings. So yeah, I wasn't surprised with the result.
Nice.
Now, obviously, you guys have like a little bit of experience behind you. You've played in like the off-season event and a couple of other events. So heading into the grand final, and not just the grand final, but 2024 as a whole, what are kind of your expectations for the team? Are we going to see you guys in challenges next year, or what are the plans?
Yeah, definitely. VCT is definitely the final goal or the main goal, and you'll definitely see us there. We still have months to go, and we'll have more time to practice, which means we'll only get stronger.
Yeah, y'all are on the grind, and I mean, it shows. Y'all have a great read on the game. But who's gonna meet you in the grand finals? We got Valhalla and Zol Esports as our next semi-final. What's your prediction? What do you got cooked up? Who you facing?
We fought Zol before in Predators, and I can confidently say it's gonna be in Zol's favor.
Ooh, what you think the scoreline's gonna be? Confident like 13-0, or what are we thinking?
Nah, I think it'll be close. Valhalla's a good team as well. I think they're former MVP esports, but I think it's gonna be a close game. I think 13-9.
Ooh, okay. Well, we'll see if you're correct. Thank you so much for joining us, Moriarty. Congratulations on the dub, and we'll see you in the grand final.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much.
Oh, I love that. And I love that he like brings up their history as well. You know, he's played them before in the Predator Cup, and look, it didn't go their way. Excuse me. So now coming into this grand final, you know, there's I think there's definitely a bit of nerves there, a little bit of like stress, but he looks confident, right? He's saying they've been on the grind, they've been practicing, they've been working at it. So I'm hoping for a really solid show.
I'd be stressed too after playing a team as good as Cobalt and just how much they had to adapt throughout that game. But Split went confidently in Ivy League Gaming's favor. They go to the grand final playing for a minimum of $400 US, or I don't know what that is in their currency. But we will be finding out who is going to be joining them in this next semi-final. We have Valhalla versus Zol Esports on deck. We're going to throw it to a break. Shout out to ZOTAC Cup for producing this event. I'm having a great time, and we'll see what's next after the break. Hey y'all, welcome back to the Frostfall Fragfest. I'm going to drop all the other words. It's getting to be a mouthful because I'd rather let the action speak for itself. We got our next semifinal ready to go between where's my mouse? Zol Esports and Valhalla. There we go. I'm excited. Our last interviewee said it was going to be close.
Yeah, you know what? It is actually a little bit of a rematch. These two teams did play against one another in the Predator League that we spoke about a little bit earlier on in the semi-final. It was a 2-1. It was pretty down to the wire, but it did in fact favor Zol Esports, which is exactly who Moriarty said he thought was going to be coming out on top of this one. And bearing in mind that this is again a best of one, so there isn't, you don't have that kind of one map safety net in a best of three. You have to be switched on from start to finish.
Well, let's switch to this bracket so we can show you guys the journey that we've all been through. Well, we've only been here for the semis and finals, but these players have gone through the gauntlet to be here. Ivy League Gaming crowning themselves a grand finalist after a 13-6 W on Split against Team Cobalt, and we'll be featuring Valhalla and Zol, who had a nice time against Tumblr and Excalibur. These names are interesting, but hey, it all comes down to these one-map wonders and really how it can go anyone's way. But since all of these, now we have only the Filipino teams left, they all are very familiar with each other.
Yeah, and of course what you don't see is that there is a third place map as well, or match, which Team Cobalt will be playing against the loser of our next match. But I do believe that we also have our maps available, so we can take a look and see how the picks and bans went, or rather the bans. And, well, it's still not one of the maps that I want to cast, but it is Bind. And as a judge enjoyer, Lemon, I'm sure that you're very excited for this one.
Only on certain parts. Only holding hookah on the one side or showers, and that's the only places you're gonna find me with a judge. And if any action goes down elsewhere, I am useless. But we did get to see some judge enjoyers in our last map, which was on Split, and we'll see if it happens here. But yeah, you were telling me that the last time that Valhalla and Zol Esports faced in that semi from the Predator League, that they didn't play Bind?
No, they didn't. Actually, they played Sunset, Haven, and Split, which, interestingly enough, right, Haven gets banned out really early on, Split gets banned out really early on, Sunset gets banned out towards the end, and it's one of those things of like, so yeah, Valhalla won on Sunset, so, of course, that's gonna get banned out because Zol don't want to allow them that opportunity, but Haven and Split, that's where Zol won, and Valhalla are like, we're not gonna let that happen a second time. So we find ourselves on a completely different map, and of course these teams may have played against each other on these maps in other tournaments throughout the year. Obviously, we don't have all the information on every single tournament that they've played in. A lot of those tournaments are a little bit smaller, kind of grassroots tournaments that don't get as much coverage, unfortunately. But we do know that this is going to be a very, very interesting one because there's a Reyna in the Agent Select, which is a choice. It is certainly a choice.
That was an insta-lock from Georgie, too. Like, that is their main, their one trick, whatever it is. And I like to partake in some Reyna. I love throwing a leer out. Like, it goes through walls. You can just get a lot of information from that. Who is shooting, how many people are shooting at it. But it's a very... a feast or famine type of agent. You gotta kill to do well with it. You're useless without it. And got like maybe the mobility that something like a Raze or a Jet has. But hey, speaking of the Raze, Yippee is on it. So you got double duelists from the attackers.
Okay, that's, yeah, double duelist, double initiator. No, sorry, that is a controller. It has been 3 years of Valorant, and I still sometimes get befuddled between Breach and Brimstone. The color schemes are way too similar.
So same.
Alright, so double duelist. We do have on the other side, it's looking like double controller, which I like. Come on, Micro, lock it in. Lock it in, buddy. I'm sure we're going to be diving in just a moment. Again, the sky's out in full force. I'm I can't say I'm not happy to see that. Cypher's as well. This has also been Cypher, Moroccan agent, bind based in Morocco. You know, like it works. It's like peanut butter and jelly. It's just got to go together. And looking forward to seeing how this was going to pan out, particularly with that Reyna, right? You were saying it, Feast or Famine. She's a very selfish agent, which I think is why they're running her as a secondary duelist. But you are giving up so much utility in the form of either a second controller or a second initiator. You can play her kind of initiator-esque with her Leers, but that's generally not how you want to be playing her. So I'm not convinced, but I do like to be proven wrong.
Now that you have that extra controller on the defender side, we'll see where this Viper wants to set up, having maybe a wall over on the A site to try and slow down any explosive pushes that could be coming in. You got 2 stacked, the Sky and the Cypher over on B, so you got a lot of good utility to flash, to slow, but Valhalla, where do they want to go? When it comes to pistols, also they got 2 Frenzies, which is interesting, so you know they want to be up close and personal, going down B long, and also some exchanges over at Hookah, and that's a 4 versus 4. Valhalla on site looking for a plant.
Now the Frenzy manages to come up big for at least one, but here's the good news. After losing a duelist, they still have a duelist alive. So they got that going for them. It was traded out. The Cypher offline. Not the worst position to be in here in the pistol round. Still have their own raise ready and waiting. But now they find themselves, I mean, this is now a reverse situation. They're now the attackers.
Okay, the cage will slow things down. The Cypher is like, see ya. Goes through the teleporter. Leaves E-Man all by themselves. And Valhalla managed to go blow for blow. 3 versus 3. The defuse being proc. But it's all Zol all day with a Cypher from Blurred in a 1 versus 3. But the defuse will be going through. He's just coming through the backside. It's not planted for that. So, first round is all.
Yeah, I understand the TP dip. Getting caught way out of position there, not able to cross. The cage doesn't cover the cross as effectively as it could have, so yep, just dip. And unfortunately that does leave the team at a huge player disadvantage, and to expect them to be able to hold the line like that, it was always going to be a really tough ask. So a great retake there from Zol. Now we reset, we start again. Nice force coming through. Interesting pistols. We do have a shorty on board. It's not the judge, but it's like...
It's baby judge.
It's judge from Wish, you know?
Judge from Wish. I love that. Sitting at showers, you just hope to get the 2 pumps into a player, and that's all you need, right? But if you don't get that, you're pretty messed up. The B-long still being prioritized from Valhalla. Didn't work out this time around. They still got the spike, though, so they'll be heading towards A. And now this Viper on the other side, Zind in a powerful position, does manage to dodge some of the stun, get some bullets out. It's 1-1 with Valhalla very low, at least their spike holder, hoping now to get through this back room to flush it out and then hope to go for the plant. But Kakarot is hiding in the smoke, using the sound from the bullets to see who they can engage on because they are just in the middle of the action. But Patman with 2 wins the round for Zol.
And this is a great round for them as well, purely because they only lose 1 player. So their reinvest is not going to be rough by any measure. Valhalla, I mean, bit of a pistol round there. Weren't expecting too much to come from that. So at least they do get that 1 kill. It's not really going to net them terribly much. I like that there's this heavy emphasis on Guardians that we've seen today. Like, we had a little bit of Guardian in the previous game. We got some Guardian in this game. We even got Guardian v Guardian in this one. Stinger as well, you know, like we said, reinvest, get a bit of a tough one. So the best you can do at this point is the Stinger. The Stinger has been really good in the past, so maybe they can make some magic happen.
Zin not holding the door, but boxes, and Joms barely jumps out, not taking any damage is good. But now Zol might have an idea that Valhalla are now investing utility. This push could be coming in quick. The blast pack, I thought that was going to be used to go in, or maybe try to dislodge the player that could be in the corner, but no one's home. Valhalla have now invested a lot, and they still haven't gotten really any eyes on the side, but E-Man breaks through showers, sees Zin on the other side of the boxes, picks up that kill, but loses Joms in the process. This Valhalla are all types of locked up because of these cages, but Georgie has made their way through, now sets their sights onto heaven. Kakarot on the other side with the body shot, but the Marshall won't be enough, and Valhalla actually still pick up the round.
Good little bit of util there. The dump coming out to allow them to get in onto the site. Good usage of that gun advantage, creating space and pushing the entirety of Zol back off of the site and not allowing them to reaggress. Now this is where things start to get a little bit more interesting. It's a full gun round across the board. Both teams able to invest properly. Very close to a lot of these ultimates. Like, I mean, obviously Patman already has neural theft. Georgie's one orb away from having the Empress as well. And Empress, I'll tell you what, when Empress is online, that's when I'm a fan of Double Duelist, because that's when you can really get the value.
He's picking up the orb, one away from Showstopper for Yippee. It's Valhalla dealing now with the trap wires, so some noise being created at A, but the spike is being left. It's still a default setup for Valhalla. We're trying to find that opportunity, that first pick to really open up a site, and Georgie finds it over at B long. They know that Zol like to peek around that corner of B long, and this time it favors Valhalla. They haven't been lucky in the past. Valhalla picked up the last round, so they want to carry that momentum into this offense, but despite that first blood over at B long, they head towards A. And it's an explosive, it's a loud entry. Yippee jumps on in. Smoke's blocking the back half of the site. As the spike is apparently confident enough to still go for the plant. Now all four defenders hope to stop this from happening, but it's too late. The flash goes out from that Zol Sky, but Valhalla disengaged to safer corners.
Oh, the lurk activates. Blurred just looking at the wrong place at the wrong time. And Georgie, that Empress did get popped, but it gets shut down. Patman is just better. It's absolute chaos in on the site, but the defenders just cannot find a footing. It was starting to look like they might bring it back, but great angles being held from Valhalla. The importance of lamps really coming through there. Honestly, lamps control is free win on the A site.
I believe you. Valhalla, they got the spike down so quickly. They stayed in conservative positions. They really forced the hand out of Zol, who had to push past that when Valhalla owned their half of the site. And it was quick execution, too. They kind of baited, got that first pick at B, and just full sent at A. So Zol got to keep their heads up. They're able to match round for round in the past, but Valhalla, see if they can carry this with now another default setup. Trying to listen.
I don't hate the defaults, right? We've seen quite a few of them, and they really do give huge opportunity. Even Georgie, right? Like, Georgie had such a great opener towards B long earlier in that previous round. This time, not going to play as aggressively. It's going to be Blurred who gets that first pick, opens up Hookah, makes B a viable option, but the rotates from Zol have already started.
Now this Cypher of Valhalla just has to take their time and wait for the push from the rest of the team, but is able to pick up a second kill for Valhalla and can wait for the heals of the sky. No! An amazing nade from Kakarot will flush out Hookah. The teleport now sends this offense over to A, and Zol had already rotated to B, so the race is on, and E-Man is able to get some exit frags while Zol were trying to rotate out, so Valhalla maybe not too much in a comfortable position when they still have gotten the spike down. It's only a 3 versus 2 in their favor, but they still got that Reyna. They got the Leer out. Kakarot over in heaven. Has the Seekers coming his way. Dealing with that, his position is revealed. Valhalla have the spike in time on their side, and Georgie deals with that Heaven player. Now it's up to the Viper in shower. Zind can't do much, so Valhalla pick up the round.
So, Iman gets, like, caught away from the rest of the team. Everybody has jumped through portal, and he's stuck towards B long with Spike, and he's just about to walk into Patman, and I'm like, oh man, that's it, that's GG for the round. But he does get the kill. And funniest part of that is after the TP, the entirety of Zol had rotated. So if he had decided to just walk into the B site and plant, that would have worked too. Either way, right, they were in such a good position, had the numbers advantage, were able to overrun site once they did get in, and retake became absolutely impossible. Oh!
I know
Stop peeking Georgie, bro!
Yeah, these peaks on B-Long have favored Valhalla now. Back-to-back rounds, now a second pick. Hookah is theirs. Lear is out. Smoke at backside. Zol will just have to wait for reinforcements, but time is on Valhalla's side now with the spike down. A 5 versus 3. Showstopper versus Orbital Strike. And you can't even use that to prevent the plant. And look at this aggressive push from Valhalla to try and flush out these rats. In a 1 versus 4, Kakarot sprays and prays, but Valhalla with 4 back-to-back rounds.
It's gotta be said, man. Zol are getting way too into these, like, dry / ego peaks. I'll give you an example. Zen, right up at the top of Long. You can hear the footsteps stampeding towards you. The play there is to back out, give info to the rest of your team, and play safe. Instead, he peeks and attempts to win out in a 1v billion. Like literally, the entirety of Valhalla was storming the gates there, truly in Viking manner. And there was just no way he was going to get anything done there. And that's been a bit of a problem here. A lot of dry peaks, a lot of dry swings. Valhalla will just take advantage of that. That's where this double duelist really shines. If you give them half a chance, they're going to take advantage.
Yeah, give him an inch, they'll take a mile. And Zol is... That Zol Cypher heavily pushed up in showers to try and prevent that ult orb, which has consistently gone the way of Valhalla. I mean, this Valhalla Raze got the showstopper because of it. And there'll be a conflict in showers here in a second once... if this Raze feels confident enough to maybe use a showstopper in showers, it wouldn't be that bad of an idea, but for now, they're just going to let them lurk, and Valhalla is just going to go through A main. Try to deal with people inside the left building. Joms opens things up. Lear is out to deal with maybe a player that's in heaven, but I don't know if that got onto the corner player, because Zol's defenders came out of the woodwork, picked up some huge kills. Now a 3 versus 2 favors Zol, but the spike is heading to the backside of B. They don't want A anymore.
30 seconds left.
And of course, a rotation coming in from Zol as well. Already so close. The orbital strike is delayed, and Kakarot's good for 1. Zashel's gonna give out the information. He's 1 versus... Nope, not 1 versus 1. His teammate has just arrived in time. And it's a free defuse for Zol. I feel like Valhalla overcooked that one a little bit.
Yeah, like Zol just held their own. They didn't have a lot of real estate to work with. They had the back corner, and you thought that Valhalla Lear was going to be enough to have them confidently push out to the back half of the A site. And once they stepped up, they got obliterated. So Valhalla panicked and went to B, and Zol read it like a book. So... to be able to stop that Valhalla momentum too is huge. They were on a 4-round win streak, so Zol are in their shadow.
Yeah, Valhalla, it felt like they were kind of getting into their own heads a little bit in that one. We'd seen them do some like really fun adaptations and ideas that they've had. You know, go here, sidestep there, and it's all just a fake or whatever. That time around, they really did kind of overcook it a little bit, change direction, and it ended up shooting them in the foot. And this time around, Zen plays this well, right? No crazy footsteps, so you can jump peek it a little bit, spots out one, Viper's Pet goes down, and that's B-Long basically blocked off. That being said, B-Long has not been a favorite of Valhalla. They've actually pushed it maybe twice so far. And for the rest of it, it's been kind of mid to A, mid to B, very little B presence. However, it does give a lot of cover here that Zol can potentially work with.
Yeah, you got a blinding light ping over on Hookah. Micro took so much damage on the Zol Sky side. Now around the corners, Kakarot has to deal with the Lear first, and well, that Reyna disappeared into the shadows. Kakarot is just in a tough spot, gets traded out. Valhalla comfortably step on to the B site and will be able to plant, but with this Viper's Pit that's holding that back corner, I don't know how much this Zol Viper can do. They got at least their space to own, but the spike has not been prevented from being planted. Valhalla in firm control of this game. 4 versus, now 3 versus 1. And the Cypher has been detected. E-Man around the corner, drop down to 1. Nose, they only have to flick them in the nose for the kill. Now 2 remaining. The firing squad is lined up, and Valhalla take the round.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zen's position was pretty telegraphed. The Viper in the Viper's Pit. Yep. And unfortunately, trying to check all of those angles, such a tough spot to be in. You cannot check every single angle, especially when there's only 2 of you left alive. One player is heavily being kind of camped out towards defender's spawn. Can't possibly swing or trade on you, so you have to try and get all the information that you can in such a limited amount of time. Because his position's known, he's very, very quickly dealt with. Valhalla with a 2-round lead here, resting things back into their control. One more round, which they should be able to get, will put them at least a 6-round half.
And the Empress, the entry from Valhalla into A, the showstopper mixed in. 1 duelist down, 1 to go. A big pickup from Patman. But Georgie with the rescue. Plant? No, not going down. That's a snake bite from Zol that prevents that. Kakarot is down for Zol. And we're left in a 4 versus 3 with the orbital strike there from Zol to just slow things down, and was hoping to maybe get some kills on. You know that Valhalla backed up into showers, but they've emerged once again. Empress still online. And you know there's got to be defenders in heaven, but they're going to try to not care. They're going to use the smokes to their advantage. And they got the spike down, so that's a plus for Valhalla. And now the hand is forced out of Zol. Kevzi has an important engagement here around the corner, but I think only has a pistol, and that's just not gonna go well. But Zind from the back picks up 2, using his teammate as bait. And Zind with 3 in a 1v1 could save this for Zol, and he does! The 4K and the defuse to give Zol the round.
Holy, what a clutch. Like, so in my mind, I'm still thinking about Georgie and the fact that he's got ice in his veins, because there's a showstopper coming towards him, but he knows if he kills the Raze, he can dismiss, and that showstopper is meaningless. So he stands his ground, fires at will, and is able to survive the showstopper being blasted right into his face. But nobody accounts for Zind going absolutely mad. And to be fair, like, Kevzi drawing so much attention in lamps and allowing Zind to get 2 kills, then turn around the corner, get that 3rd kill, and oh, you know what? Why not a 4th while he's at it? Just unparalleled heroics here. That denies Valhalla, for now, an even half. But they're not looking to give up just yet.
Another B-long peek there from Valhalla. And Neural Theft is on the side of Zol. They just need that first pick to get a lot of intel on their side and be able to move around the map more confidently. Who's on that door? Who's there? E-Man looking both ways before they cross the road into Hookah. Now Zol, knowing where this push is, have now 4 stacked over at B. Smoke right at Hookah as E-Man uses the Trailblazer to see, is Kakarot still in that corner? They are, and they've been detected. They've been stunned up. Valhalla surge in and deal with everyone on the site. And this last lurker of the Cypher was at A, thinking, okay, maybe they could teleport. Maybe I'm not needed. Well, you're not needed anymore. In a 1 versus 5, no one is expecting that out of you. And Valhalla soon to be taking a 2-round lead, but Joms was ego challenging there, trying to push out by themselves. They all know that Patman is back here, but now just hoping for exit frags.
Yeah, 1 or 2 exits would be fantastic. Already managed to get 1 for himself. So if you do a little bit of economic damage, then that would kind of be the ideal situation here. There's no way in hell of getting a defuse to come through. Oh man, stop chasing. Just stop. At this point, it's just not even worth it anymore.
Oh, Patman! Didn't know Yippee was already on A side, but that's okay. You look cool.
They hunted him down.
And he already had neural theft, so it's not like this helps the ult situation, but
nah.
Yeah.
Those extra kills padded the stats though, you know?
Yeah.
That's important. And not as important as round wins, unfortunately. 2 rounds left in this half. Valhalla have brought themselves, well, rather they've maintained that 2-round lead. It's been a little back and forth the last couple of rounds. Zol have definitely shown some signs of life. But unfortunately now 1 hero rifle in the midst of pistols.
Ooh. Well, there was a snake bite right in that path, and Valhalla just did not care. Removed Zind by force. Great turn on the player in showers. To main advantage and spike down for Valhalla. This is a really good setup for them. They have control of the left building too. It's that back corner that they've had issues with. If they decide to ignore it, they can just watch the cross and hope for the best. Now player in heaven. Kakarot as the blast pack comes out, gets some information, takes damage in the process. Yippee now has been removed. The defense now can only depend on this Brimstone. With 4 players and 4 ults, this is not going to happen for Zol. And Valhalla now have taken quite a lead.
Last round.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla get very, very cheeky with their anti-ecos. They know that there's no money available, so what do? They just powerhouse in. We saw it earlier on towards the B side as well. It's another round over towards A this time, where they just absolutely storm the gates because they know they have the advantage. The one player that had a rifle, which was Zind, holding close in A main, just gets run over, so that gun is completely taken away, and all that's left are a bunch of pistols. And unfortunately, yeah, it's another round in favor of Valhalla, and this time their aggression is punished.
But now we know why he's called Kakarot. That was disgusting. Went full Super Saiyan, overextending past Hookah. No one from Valhalla expected that. They've usually had free control of Hookah. Now dodging the Trailblazer. You hurt someone in the teleporter. Neural theft used from Zol just to find these last 2 players. And Empress is on for Valhalla as they have control of the B site through all the corpses they left behind them. We'll see if they can avenge their teammates. Georgie with a great spot on Hookah. It's the shot onto that raise. You still gotta worry about that Sky utility that could maybe flash up Valhalla if they're not careful. Georgie sits in Hookah. Blurred hears somebody be long. But it's 2 players. Can this player handle the pressure? Doesn't even get one. Now this is trouble for Georgie, but Zind is low. Location revealed. 1v2. Lear is out, but peaked too early. Diffuse in favor of Zol.
Yeah, for a second there, it was looking like Valhalla might just be able to wrestle that back into their control, but a solid round here from Zol to bring that deficit back down to just the 2. Great way to end out the half for them, 5-7. 5 rounds is not terrible to start this next half with. Definitely a better buffer than what we saw in our previous game. So chances are the sweep can still happen. Remember guys, this is still our best of 1s. So this map is do or die for both of these 2 teams to determine who's going to go through to that grand final. And can we just talk about Georgie for a second? He's 19-7. What on earth, bro? Like what was in your cornflakes this morning?
I don't know, but not a clutch in that last round, that's for sure. I just gotta point it out. Like,
fair.
Just peeking too early on the Lear. But hey, 19 kills, if you're successful 99% of the time, that could still favor Valhalla, who are up. Only 2 rounds now in the second half. Pistols underway. 2B for the defense. 3 over at A. Azul start to sniff around this A main, checking every corner they can, but an extension from Valhalla in showers, grabbing that orb. As now the Trailblazer emerges from Micro, blast packing in as Kakarot stuck in the Viper smoke though, taking their time. Ooh, but flashed up, manages to get around the corner without taking damage, uses the paint shells to flush out that player. But finally, first blood goes to Zol, and the spike is going down. A lot of pressure on the Valhalla, but Georgie from showers gets one and manages to keep their health intact, but now playing a little bit too fast. Didn't have really the backup of this Cypher, who was still rotating in sight in a 1v4 in pistols. It's gonna look rough for Valhalla as Zol kicks things off in our pistol round.
A great start for them as well, right? Like, they needed to kind of start closing out that deficit. Bearing in mind, they did win the pistols at the start of the map as well. So, pistol rounds, not really something that they're too uncomfortable with. They definitely have a good feel for it, and winning now on their bonus would even out the score lines. Whereas previously, obviously, it gave them a 2-round advantage. The scary thing, I think, is going to come in round 3. So for now, it's going to be pretty straightforward. Presumably, we've seen some crazy ecos in the past. We had a Thrifty on, I think it was on our previous map, so definitely a possibility.
Holy cow, the firing squad. But Zin getting 2 was huge for Zol. And they head to B long. Only one Sky left on the side. I'm surprised they're still hanging around and Kevzy's doing work. And you just have little old Micro that can't do much. And Zol with a pretty confident round and the plant money on top.
Yep, 2 kills. That's kind of... That's good for an eco, to be honest. So the fact that they're able to get that much done, have to force the reinvest once again, don't hate it. I've said that a lot. I need to stop saying don't hate it. It's my new crutch phrase, and I just realized that today. So, going forward, gonna try not to say that. Stinger out on the board here again. So we saw this in our previous match as well, where like you lose the player on your bonus or your force essentially, and you'll reinvest, you keep it. You want to have a little bit of some to be able to work with. So you buy the Stinger, and it can pack a powerful punch. It's kind of like the Frenzy. If you can get right up close and personal, it can really do some damage.
Hey, hookah push, Kakarot, Boombot, no information on the player in the corner, but someone standing on top of the box. Didn't put damage into Kakarot, but I'm sure they scared the heck out of each other. And now with kind of that power position taken at B, maybe making some noise to summon the attention of Valhalla, who rotate in, and on the other side, Zol decide to abandon B and rotate through A main instead. Also with that lurking Cypher in showers, they know that maybe this could be a comfortable position for them, but man, Valhalla like being on top of these boxes, completely catching Zol off guard. And now still committed to the site. Kevzy's gonna even things up, making their way through the building. This has been a tough roll for Zol, despite this being one of their preferred sites. They barely get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla, after losing the pistol and the, like, anti-force, they got weapons available. And it's an easy turnaround for them. Very much what we saw in our first half. They had a massive advantage into that one. Looks like Jums is... Okay, there we go. We spread the wealth around a little bit there. It was looking a little touch and go. But everybody now able to have rifles. And much like what we said previously, right? First full rifle round. And previously, this did go in Valhalla's favor. They've had decent map control so far on this defensive side. Look at this aggressive push down long. There's just absolutely no respect.
I mean, both teams have loved just engaging on that B-long side. Valhalla committed a lot of members to make sure that that went well, so kind of quickly rotate back to B site. Kakarot got free control of Hookah, but somehow through watching players run in front of him, didn't get the kill. Got some damage in, doesn't matter. I think it got healed up by the Sky, so Zol will have to, well, engage now, down 2 and 3. Blurred with vision. Blurred finds 2 through the smoke. And this just does not bode well for the Zol push that fails again at the A site. Zind can try to get the 4K. That's only going to happen once, though. And Valhalla with back-to-back rounds.
I love that aggressive push out of B. It gives them so much information, and of course they don't ego push it further than they have to. They get the information, they back out, and now they know, alright, cool, it has to be mid, and it has to be more than likely towards A, because chances of a 5-stack through Hookah, that just wouldn't be smart. It's way too close quarters, so they know it's not going to be a B hit. So having that information, it's so easy to quickly adapt and maintain control of the map. Unfortunately, now it's going to be Zol back down onto pistols, and like, what do you do at this point? It was looking so good. They were starting to claw their way back into it. Only a 2-round deficit. Now back down onto pistols. Valhalla knocking on the door of double digits.
Wow. Patman's like, okay, you could have the orb. Chill. Like a Lear and a Cypher cage, that was like a lot. So this Zol Cypher can back away, and Valhalla will maybe know that this A site is preferred. Huge 2K from Georgie continues to top fry for Valhalla. Now in a 4 versus 2. Valhalla hoping to extend this streak that they have. Having the spike down, and Georgie with 3. What a consistent player. 10-7 for Valhalla.
And now we find ourselves at that kind of do or die scenario for Zol as well. Losing out on this round will put Valhalla on 11. It'll knock Zol down onto either a broken or a save buy. And that'll set Valhalla up for a map win in the blink of an eye. So this round is going to be imperative for Zol to come out on top of. Only one ultimate, really. I mean, they are banging down the door of all 5 of those ultimates, but orbs and kills are going to be so important to give themselves a little bit of an extra boon into these next couple of rounds.
Oh, this is a fast and aggressive push from Zol over at B Long, who have not made too much noise there in the past couple of rounds, so hoping to surprise them. They got the ult orb too, so orbital strike at the ready for Zol. Maybe flush out these power positions of Valhalla that they like to take on top of the boxes, on top of the back side. There's the orbital strike. Does it get any targets? Free sight for Zol. Valhalla happy to give this up, maybe come around the back, and even the Viper's Pit too. Zol know this is an important round. The spike is planted.
Really well placed orbital strike as well, because it also gets elbow, and now the advanced positions from Zol means that they're able to get an extra kill there. The retake comes in, but Zol are just falling like flies. They had all of the space in the world, and now they're just falling apart at the seams.
These duelists are doing work. Yippee had 3, Georgie had 1 or 2. Valhalla's retake is incredible to mitigate the Viper's Pit, to not be even in the place that Zol thought you were going to be with the orbital strike. Valhalla were happy to give and then retake that space beautifully. Now 11-7. Valhalla just 2 rounds away from going to the grand final.
It's a little bit late in the day to be having this timeout, but you know what? At least they're taking it that round. So orbital strike comes out, and it clears backside and it clears elbow. So if there was anyone there, it would have displaced them. They would have been in like a strange position, and so it would have been easier to kind of get value off of that. They overrun the site. Smokes come down. Viper's Pit comes out. There is no sight line at all for Valhalla's retake, and I don't know, Zol just kind of fumbled the ball a little bit there. You had Cypher with a really advanced position down long, gets the first but gets traded out, and once that happens, Valhalla literally just step on the gas. They just accelerate, and Zol, despite all of the sightline denial, despite all of the util that they had at their disposal, they could not slow it down, and they just get absolutely mowed down. And it's a free round for Valhalla. Like, I'm getting some serious Paper Rex flashbacks here.
Now, after that timeout, 2 ults, Neural Theft, Seekers from Zol. These are going to be good to open any site with, at least with the Seekers. A Neural Theft for post-plan if they feel like they want to invest that much, and maybe want to rethink that decision when you invested 2 ults in the last round and didn't even come out with the win. Or maybe it's more about execution at the end of the day. Terms of the matchups, and they push 4 into heaven. They have a Cypher lurking at B long, and no peeks from Valhalla. Here are the Seekers coming out of hookah. The smokes activated for the defense to try and slow this down. Kakarot above and beyond through the smokes. Turn and burn, and the showstopper to end things once and for all. Zol working on the plant. The backside, or at hookah, is actually Valhalla on the flank, and Kakarot has eyes on the back site, trusting his team to watch hookah, but Valhalla are going trade for trade. It's 3 versus 3, now 2, as Patman hopes to get the 3rd, and it's all up to Sky versus Brim, but the stun is too strong. Micro clutches for Zol.
That was a very down-to-the-wire round. Good heavens. And honestly, like, so in our last game, I kept talking about, like, the aggressive, explosive APAC playstyle, and we didn't really get too much of it. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I was expecting when I was told you're going to be casting some APAC Valorant. And I have not been disappointed. This has been so fun and explosive, but we are still 2 rounds away from that grand final. Zol still have so much ground to cover. That last round came down to a clutch moment. As you said, they haven't been clean rounds. They haven't been decisive rounds. And we need to see much more control out of the Zol roster if they want to have a hope of taking this map away from Valhalla.
Still having the Neural Theft left over, and paint shells were ready to be thrown into hookah, and this at least puts damage into Blurred, but Yippee with 2, matched up by Zol. Very close round, 3 versus 2. Now the Neural Theft activated from the corpses laid down in hookah. This is going to be some important information for Zol. And this will give them an idea of where they should rotate to. They know there's only one at B, maybe two at A. The spike is picked up. Zol make the decision to... Well, they made so much action and so much noise at B. They think they've summoned the attention of Valhalla at B, so they're going to try and fake this at A.
I mean, even in a 2v3, right? Valhalla cannot afford to be too complacent with this one. They're so spread out, and it will be ridiculously easy to isolate these 1v1s. You can already see, right? Georgie starting to kind of regroup back towards that A site. Doesn't want to leave his teammates completely uncovered. They don't have the information just yet, but they do have an inkling.
Zol don't have a lot of time left. Just going through this last building.
10 seconds
As
left.
long as someone has eyes on heaven, they're going to place the cage shot, at least keep the planters safe, and the orbital strike comes in from the defense, two from Joms, and Valhalla go to match point, 1 round away from the grand final.
And you know what? You might look at that orbital strike and think overinvestment. I look at that and I think security.
Yeah,
You want to make
insurance.
sure, exactly. You want to make sure that you are going to take this map over the finish line because, again, no double elim. So losing here, you're instantly in the 3rd place match and your chances of winning the tournament are out the window. So Valhalla, knowing that they've lost to Zol previously, knowing that the odds are stacked against them, even Moriarty said, we think Zol are going to win it. Valhalla want to make sure that they can stamp the win here. And with 1 round to go in a little bit of an anti-eco, they might just make that happen.
And Zol have won against Valhalla in the past, so this could be an upset in terms of their rivalry in the Philippines. Now some flashes hitting Blurred, and he seems okay. He's got a camera to watch if there's anyone coming B long. And Yippee opens things up with a pick onto near A site. So Zol are thinking maybe this is not a safe move. They still got the spike, taking some peeks at B. And now with the respawning pick at A, Zol have to make their mind up. They head towards A, and Valhalla are rotating to meet them.
Oh, Joms taking an aggressive position, but instantly traded out. 3 versus 3 here. Site free and clear for Zol, but they haven't cleared Georgie. Georgie still alive. Not able to stop the plant, but in a good spot to get a nice kill and dismiss away.
I thought Georgie was going to try and prevent that. It was just a second too late, but had the perfect lineup, knowing where that planer was going to disengage to. And on the back, Blurred revealed their position, made some noise, and Micro knows they're just going to be collapsed on. And it's all up to Kakarot in a 1 versus 3. Can they stop the Valhalla grand final run? He cannot. Valhalla with the defuse, with the upset, go to meet Ivy League Gaming in our ZOTAC Cup final.
What a really exciting game, I think, and a lot of that comes down to obviously the fact that we had this was going to be our team taking it through to the end, and at the end of the day it wasn't Zol. It was a completely different team that decided, hey, we're going to show up and we're going to show what we're capable of. And I love that. I think that this kind of revenge run in a best of 1 really shows the depth of talent in a region like APAC, where people might not expect it to be that competitive or that closely competitive, rather.
It was a fun match to watch. We saw the power of double duelist, of course. Both Yippee and Georgie top fragging, and Georgie with 30. Put some respect on the man. Those Lears, I know we were both questioning, like, oh, what is the power of Reyna, both in this meta, both as a secondary duelist, and proving that the Lear support, even in a solo player scenario, Georgie absolutely popped off. And we'll have Valhalla move to the grand final, which is exciting because that was quite a showing. So I think Ivy League Esports should be worried.
Yeah, I mean, well, yes and no, right? I mean, they were a little bit concerned. They thought that Zol were going to be the ones coming through, but now it's a different team entirely. So it's like, oh, good, we don't have to play against Zol, but also, oh geez, Valhalla just beat Zol. Like, what does that say about Valhalla? There's definitely a little bit of stress there mingled in with the relief. And again, you know, Zol have had about an hour to just sit back for a moment, rest up, watch the game, see what little clues they can pick up here and there. Maybe we see Bind get banned out because they don't want to, you know, face a similar story here. But, you know, for Valhalla, who have just won and are going to go straight into the grand final, they're going to be warm. It's only one map. Ooh. It's not like it's 2 best of 3s back to back. So, you know, it's like a warm-up scrim. And you come into this, you're feeling good, you can hit your shots. They're going to be really comfortable and confident, I think.
Or maybe Ivy League Gaming, they're either going to be fed because they spent that last map just making sure they're hydrated, moisturizing their lane, ready to go. Or maybe they were watching the tape, trying to take some notes on what is the type of pushes, what are the compositions, who are the threats on Valhalla. And I think Georgie and Yippee are some to watch. So we're going to throw to a short break. When we get back, we're actually going to have an interview with someone from Valhalla to get their thoughts on the match and how they're feeling going into the grand final, so you won't want to miss it. everyone, welcome back to the Frostfall Fragfest Cup. We got a very special person here with us. Everyone say hi to Emin, or well, as we like to say, E-Man, because man, you were putting on a show out there. Congrats on the semis win. How'd you think the match went?
I think we just one player just pop off actually.
Just one? Who's the MVP? Who's the MVP?
Yeah.
Come on.
Georgie.
Was it Georgie?
Georgie
Yeah,
pop off, yeah.
I figured.
But like, you are someone that has a bit of experience. You played in VCT Lock-In in Sao Paulo. So do you think that that gives you guys like a big advantage in this tournament? I know you lost to Zol in the Predator League, so a bit of a revenge comeback here. And going into the grand final, do you think that that experience has made a big difference?
I don't think so, cause for me, I think practice is really the one who helped teams. Cause for us, I think we got lucky because someone popped off in our team.
Luck can
enough.
sometimes be on your side in games like this, but also some skill was being shown. What do you think about your grand final matchup, though? Ivy League Gaming. I mean, I'm sure you faced them in the past. What do you think of them?
I think they're pretty good, and I think they've been together also for long. I hope we get lucky again on the next game.
Yeah,
I
definitely
hope-
a possibility. Yeah. Obviously, you know, you're heading into the grand final now. You're feeling pretty confident. So, do you think that you're going to be able to win out on this one? It's a best of 3. It's a little bit longer. Are we going to see the double duelist again? I have so many questions.
Yeah, I think you're gonna see double duelists, and I think we're gonna win.
Okay.
Okay. I like that confidence, Emin. It's either going to be Emin or E-Man on the field, and we're very excited to watch you and Georgie and Yippee and the whole squad pop off. So thank you for taking the time for the interview right before the big match. So good
Thanks.
luck, best of luck. Hope the luck is on your side, and we'll see you there.
Thank you.
I wish I was that lucky.
Honestly, bro, in my comp games, I don't even play
want a
duelist.
Georgie.
Honestly,
I want a Georgie
I-
on my side.
I love how like humble this region is, to be honest. Like they're still doing that. Oh yeah, we're gonna win, but they're also doing that. Yeah, you know, those are like some really good teams, and you know, we just got lucky. And like, no, our experience in Sao Paulo against some of the best teams in the world hasn't made a big difference. It's just practice and working hard. Like, I love that. I love that mentality.
And we get to feature some of the best players here from the APAC side. So a big shout out once again to ZOTAC Cup before we go into that grand final, because they also feature some of the best products. They just released their Z-Box Pico with Airjet. So this is a mini PC. I'm not kidding you. That is this big. It is the size of a deck of cards. And it's cooled by revolutionary technology called the Airjet technology, which dissipates heat through an active cooling chip, which is super cool. So if you want to do some secret gaming in your office, you got a mini PC. I can't believe they make them that small. I feel old. Then they got their ZOTAC Magnus, which is a tower PC with all your gaming parts. You got an i7 processor, an NVIDIA 4070. Like, this packs a punch, but in a smaller size. It's actually a smaller tower than most are. So ZOTAC are really trying to save on space while giving you that same power. So shout out to ZOTAC for making great products and also a great tournament, because we also have one great, amazing match left to go. It's the grand finals. It's Valhalla versus Ivy League Gaming. We'll see you after the break. It's time for the grand final of the ZOTAC Cup Frostfall Fragfest powered by Battlefy, and we have two of the best teams that we could have asked for. Valhalla versus Ivy League Gaming. I'm so stoked for this. It's like we've been waiting all night for this.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really, really cool, especially because, like, so we've spoken about this Predator League a couple of times throughout this broadcast, and it is where 3 of our top 4 teams had most recently competed against one another. And I just want to, like, lay down the storyline a little bit here for you guys. So Ivy League went 0-3 in the groups. Didn't even make it out of groups. They lost to Zol 13-3 in their opening match in the group stages, and obviously didn't make it into the playoffs. Zol and Valhalla played against one another in the semi-final, and we spoke about this. Zol won 2-1, and then went on to the grand final where they came second, right? So for Ivy League, who didn't even make it out of groups, to be here in our grand final against Valhalla, who couldn't make it out of the semi-finals, that is really, really exciting. And speaking of brackets, we've got our own little bracket here as well, just to tell you a little bit of the story of what has happened leading up to now. If you are just joining the broadcast, we had Ivy League Gaming taking on Team Kobolds in a pretty decisive 1-0, and a slightly closer affair with Valhalla against Zol Esports at a 1-0. Zol Esports and Team Kobolds will go off to play against one another in the third place match. But now we're heading into our grand final.
Oh yeah, Ivy League Gaming went to Split to take that game 13-6, and then Valhalla won 13-8, and I think a barn burner on Bind. So, and now that we're in a best of 3 for the final, I think there's a lot more room for error, a lot more room to at least go to a map that hopefully you're strong on no matter what. But both teams have showed their strengths, whether it's the double duelist has showed some weaknesses, whether it's on the macro side. Either way, both these teams are playing for a minimum of $400, with the first place getting $600. And there's also points called ZOTAC Cup, the loyalty points, where the more they win tournaments like this, the more that they can stack up these points to cash in on more prizes. So I don't even know who the big favorite is gonna be. It sounded like Valhalla were confident though.
Yeah, I think that on paper, I would probably favor Valhalla for this one, just because of, like, previous events and how far they've managed to come in those events. I will say that, like, you know, them talking about, or Emin talking about how, you know, one player popped off, right? Georgie go kill kind of thing. I think that tells a very, like, one-sided part of the story. I think that overall they had a really, really good map, and I think that if they can bring that same energy, that same kind of Paper X vibe, the double duelist, the really flashy plays, aggressive and loud and really controlling, then, I mean, they could actually have a huge upper hand into this grand final.
Speaking of that grand final, let's see the maps that we will be featuring. The picks and bans are complete. The first one, Lotus. I know that was a map you were looking forward to. Bind, which was a map that, well, Valhalla ended up winning, although it was only 13-8. Probably something they feel good about. And Split will be our decider. Now, the double duelist, I know we had a lot of fun with that, but can you realistically run that on all these maps?
You know, I recently saw a team running ISO Raze on Lotus. I was not a fan, and it didn't work. But point being,
it looked cool.
if you have the imagination, you can run a double duelist anywhere. So I'm not going to put it past anybody here. I think that there's a lot of potential for any kind of composition. If you, as I said, if you have the creativity, if you're brave enough, and if you've kind of stratted it out a little bit more. I'm really excited for our first map being Lotus. I kind of spoke about how I love the new map. Still a bit sad that Sunset was banned out, but Lotus, you know, a lot of people are gonna hate me for this, but it's genuinely one of my favorite maps in the map pool at the moment. I think that there is so much room for innovation and creativity on that map. I think that strategically you can really pull out the best parts, or rather there's the potential to do that, right? Like the skill ceiling on Lotus is so high, so when you see a team that's good on Lotus, they are really good. So I can't wait to see how this one's gonna play out.
And you talk to me about their gimmicks, the gimmicks that happen on some of these maps, right? On Lotus, you got some doors, both ones that you can open, ones that you can blow up. Of course, we did just see Bind with the fun teleporter plays, and then Split is just Split. Although I do like my Judge gimmicks on there. Wondering how that's gonna go, especially because Lotus has some very long sight lines. We didn't get to see all too much op action, but that could be something to look out for. And of course, Bind, is this something that Valhalla will continue to thrive on, or did Ivy League Gaming do a bit of VOD watching to see what they could download from this double duelist entry? It's gonna be interesting how these teams clash.
Yeah, the time between the previous map that we just watched and this series is very, very short. And obviously, as soon as the game ended, you're busy getting into lobby, you're sorting out your veto process. There's a lot of stuff happening. So you can talk while the game is happening, and you can point out a few things that they're doing, a few things that you might want to look at or be aware of when you hit the server. But there isn't like a huge amount of time for that kind of anti-stratting. So it will be very interesting to see what adaptations can come from such a small amount of information. But similarly, you know, obviously Valhalla got to watch Ivy League on Split earlier on, and again, they wouldn't have had all the time in the world to try to anti-strat that, so it's not as fresh in their minds. And I think that the Lotus coming through first and foremost, it gives a bit of a buffer for both teams in terms of like defending against the limited amount of anti-stratting that could have happened, if that makes sense. So neither of those maps are going to be super fresh in anyone's minds. It's all going to be kind of Lotus all the time from start to finish. That's what we're interested in. And of course, we're going to be jumping straight into our agent select here.
Yeah, the big person I'll be watching out for on Ivy League Gaming is Choo Choo. Was just such a consistent, like, top fragger for this team. Like, was probably the only person who could handle multi-kills, maybe besides Zeta, who I think became my late MVP on the Cypher when it came to Split. Double Controller was what was on the menu for Ivy League Gaming on Split, and this continues to be a trend, locking that Omen Viper once again on Lotus. But the Reyna and Raze returns from the other side.
Yeah, I think that's somewhat unsurprising. Obviously, Iman back onto the Sky. Joms from the Brimstone onto the Omen. So maintaining that kind of controller. And then Blurred swapping from the Cypher onto the Killjoy. One of the few maps where maybe Cypher isn't as good as on the other maps. It hurts me to admit that. But yeah, it makes sense. Bring that Killjoy out and try to get some lockdowns happening there. Not just in terms of the ultimate, but also playing that site anchor is so incredibly important. And on the other side, so they don't have the double duelers, which means that they have a Viper available to them and double controller on a 3-site map. Oh, this could be so deadly.
You know, with that frenzy too from Choo Choo, he loves to blast in, make some noise, and just put out as much DPS as possible at close range. Are they going to want to favor C site? Usually there's been a heavier presence or a favoritism towards C, but it's usually just so many annoying smokes that you have to deal with. But with Arena and Killjoy, it's the Killjoy utility that you got to deal with, so it's a slow burn. But for now, Ivy League Gaming prioritizing the ult orb and rotating towards either B or C.
For now, it's a pretty chill default. As you said, fighting for that early orb control. And a 3-site map, 3 orbs to play for. So much potential for building up those ultimates. And after tapping the orb and not having any sort of response, the idea is, okay, B is relatively free and clear, but still not committing to anything, and I like this. Ivy League definitely, I think, feeling the pressure a little bit after that last game, and they were very default heavy in their first game today, which is so different to how Valhalla play.
Well, Valhalla defending Sky through a flash over in A lobby, got some intel, but that's just a lurker. The real hit is happening at B. So much action. Trailblazer jumps in, doesn't get the stun, but Ivy League get the kills and the spike down. They're very low in health. That Sky, I think, took a lot of damage from actually an early Viper wall that was placed, or maybe I'm mixing up my Skies. Either way, this is all going the way of Ivy League, staring down the corpses. Vipora makes their presence known, and the retake is too difficult for Joms. So first pistol round to Ivy.
Classic right click, free gun, by the way. That's where that is. And in fact, the first right click actually misses, so a little bit of fancy footwork there towards the back of B site. but ultimately it's Ivy League that secure themselves that first pistol round here. Valhalla, I mean, they're all too familiar with losing pistol rounds after that first game, and despite that, they still had full control. And so for Ivy League, it's not the time to get comfortable just yet. A nice force to come through here. Moriarty not buying up, instead favoring Util.
Wow.
All
Hi,
right.
Georgie. No carrying today.
Hi, Georgie.
So
Bye, Georgie.
Ivy League getting more ult orbs, but this mid push from Valhalla is being kept in their place. All of Valhalla being mowed down. And that's the extra round for Ivy League.
And that's the thing. So you were talking about these long sight lines, and most of the long, so this one in particular is nowhere near the site. So if you're doing a pistol rush, you are running into an incredibly long sight line that is literally the enemy team spawn. All they have to do is stand there and wait for you to run out. And with the even slightly superior weaponry, I think it was a Spectre that was just mowing them down from range. The chances of a pistol winning that duel are slim to none, and Ivy League will take full advantage of that. Now Valhalla, guns in hand, and looking to get aggressive.
Wow, this is aggressive from Valhalla. A ton of utility being dumped into A lobby. And you got the one-way smoke there too, so that ain't gonna be a place Ivy League want to mess with. But they'll keep a lurker of that Viper there, just making sure they don't extend out of that. Ivy League crept up to get the ult orb, but not wanting to commit towards B, so they haven't really checked out the C setup yet from what I can remember, so they'll, like I said before, they'll have to deal with the Killjoy utility, but they are also creeping and having a two-man split at A lobby. A Trailblazer from the defense peeks and sees a ton of members on the other side. Valhalla are committed. Georgie throws out the leer, but gets stunned by Vipora, who goes in for a second. The Valhalla Sky backs up on the other side of this Viper wall. Ivy may want to drop that and see who's on the other side, and Yippee holds his own, but this is gonna be tough as Yippee's down to half health, and Ivy League are committed towards
30
A.
seconds left.
That aggression kind of biting them in the behind so far. Ivy League doing very well to take advantage. A nice little zoning showstopper there. Gets them the A site free and clear. Now the retake has to come through from Valhalla. They are so split up. And unfortunately, Yippee loses his life. There's only 2 players left to make the heroics come true. Blurred will be good for 1, but his position is known.
Remaining.
Ah, a little smoke cheeser. I love to see that from Ivy. Now 2-1. Valhalla tries to proc the defuse and bait out some attention, but back-to-back rounds for Ivy League. This is getting a bit out of hand.
So I was talking a little bit about that aggression, and I really do think that Ivy League's far slower play lends itself to dealing with that super well. So Valhalla get right up close and personal in A main, and Ivy League just chill. They're not pushing it. A bunch of util comes out and Ivy League chills. You see a little bit of counter util, like a couple of flashes come through, but there are counter flashes to stop a push from coming through, so that when Ivy League eventually do decide to push in, they've pushed Valhalla back. They've even gotten themselves a kill off the back of the aggression, and they get a site for free.
Okay, bit of damage being taken there from Valhalla. We're trying to deny that ult orb. Now, Blurred extending past sand. The sand mounts isn't going to find much. Ivy League have really prioritized B and A so far. Now, using the Viper walls to their advantage. But already 4 of Valhalla has stacked A. They know what's coming. Trailblazer leads the way for Ivy League. Now the door is open as Moriarty kind of takes a peek to see who could be on the other side, but Choo Choo tries to make entry. John shuts them down with the Sheriff, and this is not what Ivy League was hoping for, but Zeta can at least make up for that deficit as they decide to reorient towards B, and they'll be successful at getting the spike down.
Planted.
It's a free rotation in towards B. Angles held. Moriarty pops off with the 2K, and it's 2 Sheriffs left. Again, very, very split up. No chance of creating a crossfire. And it's Motown at this point. Modown Town? Motown? Does that work?
I like that. Ivy League have been able to deal with pressure very well. Like, they'll have utility be thrown in their face. They'll have their main duelist and only duelist being taken out. And they just have really good backup plans. Always going to B site. Now, I wonder, are they going to ever surprise us and go to C? And how is Blurred going to deal with that aggression if the offense ever comes to C? But so far, Ivy League are posing towards A.
Valhalla need to turn things around now. Oh man, like before I even have a chance to talk about it, at least it does get traded out here, and there are some nice advanced positions, so Joms is gonna be good for a 3k. He's so low HP, but he is gonna be healed up, and that is a massive boon in Valhalla's favor.
Joms has been so fun to watch. The way he teleports on top of boxes and really catches you off guard. He did that on Bind and had a beautiful paranoia that caught Ivy League as they were entering out of a lobby. Left in a 4 versus 2 with, of course, this Omen of Ivy League. Very, very low. Spike in hand, hoping that this B site, B plan works out, but Georgie knew it. This is what Ivy League likes to do. And with only Boy J left, not much they could do, but a big round for Valhalla to try to get some economy back on their side.
Some heroics from Joms there, truly. And they needed it. They needed that little bit of a springboard, something to just kind of help elevate their mental a little bit. You know, they've just come off the back of a win, so they should be feeling pretty good, but then the snowball starts to pick up for Ivy League, and maybe you start feeling a little bit uncertain about how this is gonna go. You get that one heroic play, 3 ultimates online here, 2 of them massive ultimates as well, and suddenly you start feeling like this is doable.
Okay, a lot of utility at A lobby as usual, but Ivy League don't want to knock on that door again. They got obliterated last time they tried. Finally, maybe some surprises at the C site, at least getting the ult orb. Gets the Seekers for that Ivy League Sky. But with the spike down, they've sort of revealed to Valhalla that they were aiming towards C, now hoping to grab this and head somewhere else. This has also given Valhalla some space to extend and wait at the doors of A lobbies. So Ivy League are going to continue their way towards C, but do so as quietly as they can to maybe fake the potential that they might have gone to A. And now they knock on the doors of the C site. Blast packing in. Blurred is just overwhelmed and hoping to use the pillar as protection. And Georgie is there to assist. Picks up 1 and now 2. Aiming for the 3rd. And Valhalla pick up the round.
There it is, man. The mental wake up. I love that TP from Joms as well, just to get into their back line. Lurk activates. He's corralling them in. They know they need to get out of that A main, or rather that C main position. But as they run away from the shadow encroaching behind them, they run directly into the crosshairs of Georgie. What a beautiful play there from Valhalla, just to get themselves that 2nd round. And now, Ivy League's economy is almost busted. Winning this round would be massive for Valhalla, because it would put them back in a position to regain control.
Oh, that paranoia has that KJ at 2! And Valhalla, the way they synergize, and of course can lean on Georgie to pick up all the kills. They were at a massive deficit. This was a 4-0 for Ivy League, and that gap is starting to close.
A nice early timeout here from Ivy League. Not going to allow this sudden resurgence to get away from them. They got to pump the brakes and figure out what are they doing wrong, because Valhalla have found their rhythm. We've spoken about how they like to be a pretty damn aggressive team. And it's taken them a few rounds. They were looking a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit hesitant. But now that they have found the accelerator and have started to push back, Ivy League are struggling under the pressure. So now, good pause to come through and try to dissect that a little bit. Bearing in mind, this was Ivy League's map pick. So you do expect them to have kind of the insider information, so to speak, to feel confident and comfortable. To have these 3 rounds yoinked away from them so unceremoniously, they're not going to be too happy with that one. And they do need to just chat ult coordination, right? They've got a lockdown available. There's nothing really that Valhalla can use to deal with that. Maybe paint shells, but it's going to have to be angled perfectly. So lockdown could be just the gateway that they need to get themselves in and back in control. I don't know if it comes out on this round though, because if I'm not mistaken, this is a bit of an eco or like maybe a bit of a force. Could be a bit broken. I think I saw a marshal in there somewhere. So for this round, it's just kind of, all right, get the round done, get it behind you, and into the next, we have guns.
And we also have people with guns that are about to clash over at Sand Mounds. At least 3 from each. Jumping in. Choo-choo hit by an immediate paranoia. Doesn't know what to do. Doesn't have the cover. Sand can't save you now. And you got Yippee adding to the picture with the showstopper. Ivy League now can go back to spawn with the remnants that's left of their team. And at least they still have the spike. But man, Valhalla have just started to download Ivy League. They've been comfortable to push up through B main. They've been comfortable to push up through C main or C long. And now Ivy League have to redirect and maybe use this Viper wall at A to their advantage. As this teleport with the spike, or maybe just to get intel, but either way, now Ivy League are comfortable to plant A, and the rotations are coming in. Valhalla can't hesitate, because now the kills are coming in. Blurred has set up camp, and there's only so much Zeta can do. I felt like Ivy League had a real chance to strike, and that they hesitated so much.
That's it. The pacing from Ivy League was so off. They get into a little bit of a scuffle towards C long. I think they weren't expecting to lose 2 players so early on in the round. Now they have to readjust. So they leave Boy J towards C long, knowing that he can TP in, but he TPs into tree, and part of that is clearing out tree, making sure that there's no one there, but he gets kind of slowed down by the turret, and they've left so much time, like they're being so cautious about their approach towards that A site, particularly after the Seekers came out, and the Seekers gave the information, it's not a C push anymore. So because they slowed down so fantastically, they just get overrun before they even have a chance to get in onto the site. We spoke about the Killjoy anchor, and honestly, Blurred does such a good job of that.
That lurker of the KJ found a pick B main. This Ivy League were maybe a bit worried about how they were going to go through A lobby, because there's usually so much util thrown there, but it's worked out for Ivy League so far, but they lost their backline lurker there of Zeta, so Ivy League got to set their sights forward and choose, sets his sights, the showstopper on top of Blurred. Surely the spike gets planted now, and Moriarty's not going to let Valhalla cross from inside the site. Great positions from Ivy League. They look just a lot more planned out on this take, and the kills continue to come their way. We might see Ivy League start to stabilize.
Oh, not if Iman has anything to say about it. Good for one, but not a lot of time to work with here. Some economic damage would definitely stead them in good favor, but it's only going to be good for one. And yeah, this was a really good round from Ivy League, right? So it starts off with that first kill in towards B main. And to be fair, Joms wasn't even playing that aggressively. He was just a little bit advanced. It's not like he was out B main towards the spawns. Sorry, not Joms, Boy J. So, no, it was Joms. I'm being stupid. Anyway, so we get that first kill. Then Zeta, like you said, right, getting caught out by the Lear from Georgie. And so that backline defense is gone, but they don't check. They're like, oh, that's backline defense. They don't realize that Moriarty is also in a really advanced position and waiting for that potential flank to come through, waiting for Georgie to try to regroup with the rest of the team. Ivy do a really good job of maintaining control on the site there. They'll finally wrestle back some of that control and just catch Morty out.
Valhalla, like I said, love to push that B main and extend, but Ivy League confidently stomp their way through the C site, making sure they don't blast pack in and kind of spread out so a paranoia doesn't catch them off guard again. It's a successful plan for Ivy League, but missing 2 members and not having a flash is gonna be tough. The lockdown trying to prevent the retake of Valhalla. From behind, it's Boy J, who is not landing the critical shots he needs and chokes under the pressure. It's a 4 versus 2. Valhalla have been pushed off of the site because of the lockdown. Now only critical seconds remain. They get on top of the defuse immediately, but the picks come in. Can this KJ prevent it? They do. It's only halfway defuse. 1 versus 1. Who's the better KJ? It's Zeta and Ivy League with back-to-back rounds.
Jeez, absolute chaos there. And I love that we had the aerial view because I feel like it really helped with understanding what on earth was going on. So the double lockdowns come through. 2 players tuck into a corner to try to avoid getting detained. The entirety of Ivy League gets pushed off of the site. Now Valhalla starts to set up sightlines to try to deny Ivy League from pushing back in, and it does go a little bit back and forth, but down to the 2 versus 1, and I feel like Valhalla maybe play it a little bit too unsafe. And so even though they get it halfway, it's 1 versus 1, and Zeta just clean with that clutch, playing off of the turret and denying the defuse entirely. They've confirmed themselves at least a tied up scoreline at the half. With 2 rounds left in this half, I feel like Valhalla really need them. That being said, their comp does kind of favor an attacking side because, you know, double duelist. So maybe it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Well, Ivy League have started to fix those pacing issues that we pointed out. They're going in a lot more aggressively, trying to overwhelm Valhalla, not letting them just take positions around the map and pick them off when Ivy League aren't ready, but seems to be still the case. They're slowly going towards Emin with almost the third. As the door opens, catches Ivy League by the ankles. They still have Spike, and it'll be up to Moriarty in this race. And around the corner, turns onto Joms, and almost gets the second. In a 1v3, definitely possible for Choo Choo. If there's one player on Ivy League that can do it, it's this guy. But man, just hesitated in that matchup, tried to back away, didn't go for the kill. And it's Valhalla that pick up the round.
In the half.
Yeah, this time around it felt like it was Ivy League not playing safe enough, pushing out into dangerous territory. And those lines are being held. Iman just waiting for someone to walk into his crosshairs. Georgie again being a hero for his team. He is on it today, and I think that definitely is a difference maker. I don't want to say that it's like the be all and end all. I think that everybody is doing reasonably well here, but it certainly is a bit of a springboard for them, and definitely helps the mental knowing that you've got a player who's performing out of their minds. Last round in the half here. Ivy League would love to stick this one in their back pocket. Valhalla have given a lot of pushback throughout the latter half of this half.
Okay, Trailblazer in, Blast Pack in, Ivy League wants C, and with the judge, Choo Choo only gets 1. It still manages to make a ruckus. Now with the smokes and this offense in set, they got the Viper's Pit unloaded, so this should be a plan, but Joms is lurking around, tries to teleport out. Choo Choo caught him. And it's a 3 versus 2 with the spike only being planted now. And the paint shells and the shot. Yippee.
What?
How did you know that? We need a PC check on that. 2 versus 2. Ivy League still haven't planted. But the Viper's Pit should give Ivy League an edge, right? Now the plant is in place. Yippee is bouncing in. I think still had the judge. And it's left with a 1 versus 1. Emin, we've interviewed him before. He thought luck was on his side, but surely skill can thrive here. To hope to even things out for Valhalla. Knows exactly where this Viper is too. You heard the splash. They're in the water, but Emin doesn't have time on their side. It's gonna go for the defuse. Gets halfway there. Peeks around. Gets the pick on the Moriarty. Has plenty of time for the defuse. We are tied 6-6.
Hey, the spidey senses were tingling there, I'll tell you what. Just understanding the timing so perfectly. Taps onto the spike. Might actually have just held on to it, but something in the back of his mind said, I need a swing. And winning out that 1v1 is massive and allows his team to even out the scoreline. And look at that, 4 rounds, 4 rounds, 2 rounds, 2 rounds. Like, talk about a back and forth matchup here. Ivy League gonna look to wrestle back some of this control and keep it for themselves. And they do have... See, this is what's interesting to me. So double duelist definitely works on attack, but they're playing it into double controller. So there's so many sightlines that are getting denied, and there's only one flash player. Yeah, you got the paranoia, but it doesn't work quite the same as a flash, and you can just, like, sidestep the paranoia unless you're right up against the wall. So in terms of just straight up flash plays, you are very limited to just the one, and you're coming up against a million smokes. So I think that there is a definite disadvantage, but with the aggressive style that Valhalla have been showing all this time, I think they can do it. I think they can bring this back.
Well, Valhalla definitely improved when it came to their execution onto the site. Like, they started 0-4. Like, Ivy League were just on a tear. Like, I was starting to worry this final was going to be boring. But Valhalla adapted, kept their composure, and picked up the pace. So that was good to see from Valhalla. And now you get to see that type of aggression on an offense this time, as they already head towards C. Shots exchange into that defending KJ. Got the Viper there to smoke it off if you want to buy some time for reinforcements or just really confuse the offense. But for now, they redirect. This offense redirects their attention towards B and at least gets the orb. Doing a lot of scouting and even have a default setup just to hear out what is going on. Knows that there's at least a player with a frenzy. I believe that was a frenzy over at B, so now Valhalla are going to try it A.
Valhalla being uncharacteristically defaulty. Now it looks like they are going to commit to something, as we see a little bit of a push coming through towards Breakable, and unfortunately Yippee loses his life. The indecision comes back to bite them. With only 2 players left, so dangerously split from one another. The lurk could activate, but the timing, they have to give it a chance. They have to let it simmer. Oh, and it's cold. They know. What?
30 seconds left.
They waited for the pinch. The timing is perfect from Valhalla. They wipe the floor with those Ivy League rotators, and there's still 2 left on the site. And Valhalla have the spikes, so they could take this really wherever they want. And they want to go to the site that is the furthest away. They go to C. They only have 10 seconds left. They're gonna plant for back site, and who is behind them is this raise of Yippee. I believe it's Yippee. That needs to be a lot louder than they have. A big pistol round, 2 versus 2. Both players of Valhalla watching each other's back, maybe even having a flash available, which would be big for retakes if they needed it. Ivy League are split though, and at least approaching the site slowly together, taking every angle they can, but time is not on their side. Stomp's coming in. Zeta and Choo Choo get just pounced on by Valhalla. They take the first or the second pistol round.
A lot of that was very interesting, right? Like, we saw the ping to show, hey, there's somebody lurking, and then the entire team just turns their back on the lurker. And eventually, like, Joms gets into position and looks back, but at that point, you said it right, the pinch comes in, and you've got this crazy crossfire going, and they're able to just wipe out 3 players and then hightail it over towards the C site. And then, so Choo Choo was pushing in from the backside, but instead diverts down towards the connector. And this is also read by Valhalla, so they just hold the line, watch the spike, and it's an easy spray down. Speaking of, we kick things off with a nice little trade here, but that gives up the space for a lurk. And Valhalla might find themselves pinched again.
Okay, Vipora with some important shots, but Yippee with 2 might have just saved the round for Valhalla. This B main extension from the defense has been shut down. Yeah, that's your fellow friend. But hey, just letting the other team know we're also still in spawn, I guess. Valhalla, with spike in hand, head towards A, and only this Moriarty player is remaining. And at least they're over on the A side. They'll be on the back side. No smokes will be hindering them for now. They can just play off with the sound cues. They're also at half health, so Moriarty lining up the shots. Georgie at least gets some damage in at 12 HP in a dream. Moriarty can't get it done. And Valhalla take another round.
That's actually a brilliant round from Ivy League. The sheer amount of economic damage that they did in that round cannot be overstated. Because getting 4 kills and forcing Valhalla to choose between a full reinvest and holding on to some cash for the next round. I mean, you can see how broken this is. 2 rifles, 2 sheriffs, and a stinger. as opposed to Ivy League's almost full buy. The only thing kind of lacking there is the Bulldog instead of another, you know, Phantom or a Vandal. But it's not like the Bulldog can't pack a punch.
Ooh, there's a lot of action happening at C. They're all the utility, the smokes, the nades. We're left with a 2 versus 3. Spike in hand from Valhalla. They're still committed to B, but Ivy League know what's up. Their lurker at A is just making sure that this cross isn't happening over at A. And now you just haven't heard anything from Valhalla, so Ivy League start to scatter and get impatient. They start to check out what's happening at C. Maybe spraying through some walls. They place the smoke down at B because they just don't know where Valhalla is.
Equally good there on the eco. Getting a lot of damage done into Ivy League. But with only 2 players left alive and so terribly split and uncertain, we've got so little to try and gather any sort of information now. You have to make a choice. We're down to 30 seconds. So it looks like they are going to push in towards that B site. Nice little smoke over towards A to potentially cause a little bit of a fake, but there's no one there to see it. Calls in for a reinforced smoke. But now the tap is heard. It's definitely going to be a B plant.
Placing swarm grenade.
Okay, how are they going to approach this? Ivy League 2 from the top, KJ from the bottom. Paranoia, Flash, at least you have some options. And Ivy League have their lurker taken out. Only 2 from the front. Flash comes in from Zeta, now a second, now surging in. They can't get the kills because Joms is that guy. Valhalla take the round.
Remember, your
This is a beautiful backside smoke. Because you know that the last 2 players left alive don't really have anything to push out of a smoke with. So drop the smoke down, position yourself, get a crossfire going. And suddenly Valhalla are running away with this second half. Ivy League now taking their second timeout, taking a moment to reconsider. Because this is what we were worried about. Valhalla on the attacking side with double duelist. Even in the rounds where they had inferior weaponry, they still managed to make miracles happen. Ivy League are very much on the back foot now. Not feeling comfortable, not feeling confident. And have to figure out how to adapt to this incredibly explosive play. And I think one of the big things for them here is they have to kind of single out Georgie. Georgie has been performing incredibly well. So if they can shut him down early on and make sure that they're not getting isolated in 1v1s and rather try and isolate 2v1s, you know, in your own favor. Try and take out, whittle away at these players and don't allow them to take as much space as they have been.
Just the retakes haven't gone well for Ivy League in the second half, and well, we expected Valhalla to maybe have a stronger offensive side running the double duelist. So now after that pause, what are you going to do with the showstopper? Is the Omen teleport going to create some kind of confusion? I don't know. You could easily teleport. This is such a large map. You could easily go to the very back. But now the paranoia is out. Zeta stays in position, holds firm, and now wants to maybe give up some space, but the paranoia catches him lacking. Moriarty is on the high ground, has somebody down on ropes, and Ivy League somehow get a good hold of this A site, but 3 remain of Valhalla, who are getting the spike down, or at least hesitating to do so when that high ground engage did not bode well for Valhalla, but 2 versus 1 with Ivy League Sky pretty down.
Oh!
What do we got? 10s out here? To see how fast he just turned? That was crazy.
I love the fact that they slow down. You know, heal up the KJ, make sure that everybody is feeling good so that if that swing comes through, you can play off of each other, and even if one of you dies, the other one should live. Great call. They were standing right next to each other. The collat was so clean. And they weren't expecting it. And it was just the timing of their swing was just that little bit off. But you give an inch. We've said it a few times. They're going to take that mile. Finally, Ivy League in a hero play.
Oh, the Omen teleport at the back of C site, but immediately taken out. Johns can't have the impact he was hoping, and the Valhalla front push isn't going super well unless you depend on Georgie, who manages to use the Empress to get out of dodge. There's still one Viper remaining, and that KJ lurker from the defense doesn't know what to do. So 1 versus 3, it's all up to Moriarty until this KJ gets there in time. And now it's just gonna maybe play the patient game. Play for the retake if needed. The plan is going down. The lockdown from Valhalla forces the defense out. And Blur takes care of the stragglers. Now only 1 remains of Ivy League. And Moriarty has made a splash before. But now the KJ util has spotted him. The advantage for Moriarty is gone. And Valhalla are not even gonna peek him. So Moriarty knows he has to play aggressive, but he's taking damage, and both peek at the same time, and Moriarty is dead. Valhalla go up 10-7.
That was such a good recovery, all things considered. Lockdown comes out, pushes everyone off site, and once again, it's down to the Killjoy and this guy to somehow clutch it out. This time around, however, they don't line up. They don't allow that collat to come through. Spike had already been planted. They know they don't have to peek. So they just chill. And they wait. And they're able to clutch themselves double digits. 1 step closer to winning on their opponent's map pick. Now Ivy League, 4 ultimates online and looking to get aggressive.
Oh my god, Yippee has just not had a fun time dealing with leers, paranoias, nobody can see. And the showstopper picks off Georgie. That is an important pick when Georgie has done so much work at turning around these rounds for Valhalla. Blurred in the corner.
What?
Speaking of carry, Blur's Ivy League out, and Valhalla in a 2 versus 1. Still have to pick up the spike, and this KJ of Ivy League has always just been lurking around. You have no idea where this player is. And he's actually coming from behind, and Blurred picks up the 4th.
Okay, that smoke spray was unreal. Look, there's obviously help coming in from the rest of the team, right? Because it's not like he hits 3 consecutive headshots. So there's a lot of spray coming out. It looks a lot more impressive than maybe it could have or should have. But ultimately, it's another 3 kills on the board for Blurred. And he's going to be happy with that. Undeniably. 11 rounds. I mean, that started so well for Ivy League. They made so much space. The showstopper even gets the kill when it probably shouldn't have. All of that done on an eco round. All of that just to peek and up. Cool.
We never get to see an op. And a KJ, of all things.
I barely saw that up.
The Valhalla just jump and blast pack into A. And get to pick up the spike and actually plant it this time. Ivy League won't be able to do nothing to prevent it. Have to focus and worry about the retake. They get to scour through B to see no one's there. So Ivy League have a lot of options, either coming through B or the back site. Timing may be a bit off. They still have an Omen coming from all the way through C. And maybe Ivy League don't want to waste any time. It's a lockdown from Ivy League to flush out Valhalla. Yippee! Double showstopper! Could be evening things up for Valhalla in a 3 versus 3. But this raise is low, and Emin has his back. And all Valhalla have to do is prevent the defuse, but Vipora is sticking it, but the KJ util pushes him off. And this will put Valhalla on match point.
The post-plant utility has been so good. And it's another round where Valhalla heroics. But it wasn't one person, right, being a hero that time. It felt like that was really well done. The showstopper getting 2 kills was unbelievable. And, you know, Blurred still having a nano swarm available for that post plant, denying that defuse. It got stuck to half. There was every possibility that could have actually gone all the way through, but manages to deny it. Now Ivy League fighting for their lives in this first map of the series. 5 rounds of consecutive map point that they need to win just to take us to OT.
It's been a very strong second half for Valhalla, as expected with the type of composition that they rolled out with. Now heading towards C, having to deal with the paranoia. Boy J can't do much, so Ivy League try to rotate back to see if they can prevent the site entry. And the paint shells from Ivy League were at least there to scare them a bit, and Choo-Choo even goes for the peek. I was surprised about that and manages to find success. Now in a 4 versus 4, 4 versus 3, the defense still try to prevent Valhalla from getting the job done, but it's too late. The spike is planted, and there's a smoke that just dissipates, and as soon as it does, bodies fall. And Valhalla may not be able to run away with game 1 quite yet.
Beautiful retake there. Very well done to just kind of stem the tide a little bit. Sometimes playing that more patient game, the way that Ivy League have been doing throughout the day, sometimes it really does pay off. Let them walk into you, let them set off your trap, and then spring. Deny another round win. That is some cursed flying. Ivy League give themselves a stay of execution, but it's not over just yet. The good news for them is that Valhalla are now on a very, very broken bye again. We got a Bucky. I'm a Bucky enjoyer. I'm not a Judge enjoyer, but I'm a Bucky enjoyer. I like to tell myself that because Bucky requires more skill. I don't know. But we'll see if it can actually get some results here. It's looking like a full hit towards the B sides.
And you gotta expect a B hit with a Bucky. This is just gonna be the best site, closest range. So yeah, Valhalla set up camp on B, and how are you gonna retake this? Where are these Buckies gonna be set up? You got the paint shells over at Baby Door. Everyone is watching each corner. But Seeker's now revealing for Valhalla where this retake could be coming from. And from the side, Georgie picks up one with the Sheriff. Couldn't get it done against, of course, a Vandal. That's a tough one, even for Georgie. But this Bucky surely can get at least one. But with the flash, he just has to hope that Evan has his back. And Evan picks up 2 and game 1 for Valhalla.
You know, you hate to see it. After such a well-fought attempt to come back into it, to bring things back into their favor, they tried so hard, but unfortunately, at the final hurdle, at the final finish line, they just could not make it happen for themselves. So that is just map 1. However, like, you know, we've had these 2 best of 1s, and you kind of get to the end of it, and you go, oh well, there you go, GG's. But no. That's not all, folks. We still have a second map, and I mean, this, given how that first map went, I would not be surprised if this goes the full distance.
Easily. There were some points where we were tied 6-6. Like, there were 4-round leads that were instantly closed 4-4. Like, both teams have been able to keep some good composure. Like, we even had issues just starting game 1 because players wanted to get into the practice range and make sure they were warmed up and ready to go. I'm excited for game 1. It's series point in favor of Valhalla. Will Ivy League Gaming be able to pull off the upset? Force that final decider on split? Well, we're going to find out on the other side of this break. into game 2 of the ZOTAC Cup Frostfall Fragfest powered by Battlefy. I'm so excited. Valhalla in the driver's seat, closing out with such a strong offensive second half. And this was on Ivy League's choice of map.
Yep. That's the scary part, right? Ivy League came into this, they threw out the Lotus, they were feeling confident, they won their first game, so they're like, yeah, okay, we're getting into this. And unfortunately, they have their map pick snatched away from them. Now they've allowed Bind to go through, and we already saw what Valhalla is capable of on Bind a little bit earlier on. So allowing that one to snake through, allowing this map to go to Valhalla, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried, man. I thought if Ivy win their map pick, then there's every possibility we go to map 3. But now, it might just be a 2-0 affair. Touch wood.
I'm knocking. I don't know if this is a real wood desk, but I'm a hope so. But I think there's a lot to learn from the Valhalla bind that we saw against Zol Esports, namely Joms. I think has been such an incredible omen. Takes some really creative positions, either on top of boxes to watch over hookah or paranoias that are just killing the other team.
Yeah.
Well, not literally, but just killing their vision as they're jumping in. And once you're out in the open, you're kind of toast if you get hit by that paranoia. So despite Georgie being that fragger when it comes to the Reyna, which he's continuing to use the Reyna, we'll probably see it again there.
Yeah.
But Joms on the Omen, utility-wise, provides so much value to Valhalla.
Yeah, I think Joms had like over 11 assists on that last map. And that's just like smokes and paranoias. Okay, sometimes maybe you do a little bit of damage and then somebody trades on you. But the majority of assists are going to come from utility. And so it's really impressive to see that not only is he's not doing badly in terms of his own fragging. He is still putting up his own numbers, but on top of that, he's getting assists as well. He's setting up himself and the rest of his team, and he's playing off of everyone really well. They do look a little bit like a well-oiled machine at the moment. I don't think, again, I'm going to bring it back to that interview, man. It wasn't luck. I think that these guys are just looking really, really good today, but we'll have to see if that continues. You know, sometimes you'll have an off map and things won't go your way, so we'll see if we've got that same kind of fire lit under Georgie and if he's going to continue to be such a dominant and terrifying force.
And although when we spoke to Emin, he said that his experience in the VCT lock-in at Sao Paulo wasn't a contributing factor, I think it definitely demonstrates and proves to all of us watching how skillful Georgie is on that Reyna as a duelist. And Yippee by his side maybe had a quieter Lotus, but has usually matched him in terms of the stats. And, you know, you can't discount Emin's flashes and just how overwhelming it can be to face Valhalla as we get into the agent select of Bind. Pretty much the same thing we saw from Valhalla on the attacker's side. And you see on the other side of Ivy League Gaming, they're really considering who could be their sentinel choice.
Yeah, I think, you know, we kind of spoke about it before. I think that we are going to be seeing the ciphers come out. I think Zeta is hard trolling if he picks into Deadlock. So I don't think that's going to happen. We might see them go, nope, triple controller is not happening. You're not fooling me, buddy. I do like the mind games, though. No, in all realness, it's got to be the cipher, right? I think the only other possibility would have been a Sage, but you give up way too much if you try and bring that out. So, yep, there you go. Cypher does get locked in, and it's almost a mirror match, except for that pesky Reyna, which we have seen before. But Georgie has been really good on it. And I'll be honest, it's less about what Reyna brings to the table and more about Georgie go kill.
And Moriarty has to go kill too. We gotta see these Viper Pits really shake things up and dominate a site, whether you use it before you try to predict where the take is coming from, or you try to push the offense off with it. We've seen some hits, we've seen some misses, but it's series point in favor of Valhalla, who will be beginning on offense with $600 on the line if they can win. And you know they're hyped up, ready to go, especially after how good Valhalla was on that last offense on Lotus. Of course, this is a different map, but their executions have been so solid.
Yeah, from start to finish, right? It's that characteristic APAC aggression that we have come to know and love from a lot of teams from this region. Obviously, Paper X is the notable one, but, you know, I've mentioned them a few times. And, I mean, there's so much talent in this region, so we're just seeing a little bit more, getting a little bit more of a taster of that. As finally, Valhalla will begin their execute in towards this A site. Lamps not under control.
Vipor is in control, though. Huge double. And now they extend over to A main to see who else is knocking on this A door. Well, nobody. Valhalla just are probably gonna wait for the smoke to dissipate, or gonna place some of their own so they can at least block off that building. But in showers, this Cypher didn't see this coming. Massive pick from Choo Choo. Valhalla are down tremendous with only a Sky remaining. And Emin can, well, they're being naded, they're being showered on. Emin, you have so many corners to check. And Choo Choo had the lineup. Very decisive round from Ivy on pistols.
But you can't understate Viporia in that, man. And I talk about Lamp's control and how important it is. Viporia just holds the line, ghosts in hand, and getting that first double kill there really sets up Choo Choo as well, because there's a lot of information garnered from that, allows him to get into a good position, and it's just a spray down. Now Ivy League definitely have the advantage. I saw them kind of playing around with what their buy was going to be, like, oh, 1 minute it's pistols, then it's bulldogs, they're not... And it looks like they have actually gone for a fairly decent save here, opting to have a solid buy on the third round. And it's not the worst decision in the world.
Oh, I like that Viper's wall from Ivy League. You heard a lot of stomping. Valhalla just trying to spray through and see what they can get, but now you gotta wait for the crossfire. You gotta check your left, and Choo Choo picks up one. And this is an interesting predicament for Valhalla, who are just still hoping to deal with this corner player. Choo Choo picks up 2 this round. It gets pushed off by the paint shells. Valhalla probably still have a... No, they don't have a flash in hand, so they could take the teleporter, and they do. They head to A, but Moriarty is ready. And there's just at least one player that Valhalla have to deal with.
This is definitely doable here. Oh, man. Oh, no! The teleport shenanigans! I was waiting to see how it was going to play out, and, well, that's how it played out.
Oh, well.
Ah, well.
Well, Choo Choo with the Spectre is had a really good hold at that elbow side, and Valhalla, like, just waited out the wall and then didn't do anything. They just hoped that they could pick off the elbow player with pure luck, but you can't always depend on luck.
Yep. And unfortunately, you know, I thought that Ivy League were going to go for a slightly lower buy so that if they did lose a bunch of players, they could come through with a really strong buy. Oh no, the last minute cam, because the original lineup didn't work. But unfortunately, yeah, after losing so many players, the reinvest is teeny tiny itty bitty. And Valhalla come through with a strong rifle setup. Jobs really loses his life to like a Spectre. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Nobody saw. They do still have the numbers advantage, and he can get healed up if he can link up with Sky.
Okay, taking a bit of a peek at at Hookah, but you still don't know if someone's at the corner, kind of the back of Hookah, so not the most valuable Cypher cam I've ever seen, but Valhalla now peeking around, started to deal with the Cypher util and Hookah, which sparks the defending Poison Cloud to try and block up the Hookah push. But meanwhile, B Long has been completely open for Georgie. Can slowly make their way to the B site, and if this Lear can maybe open things up, give some info that the rest of Valhalla can push up, but Zeta through the teleporter couldn't hit that second shot, but gets a 1-to-1 trade, and this really starts to panic for Valhalla as they run into the side. They know they have to execute quick.
Spike will get planted now. Oh no, the lurk just absolutely shut down, not allowed the space that it wanted, but now Ivy League can activate their own lurk instead. There you go, TP sounds heard. Emin will get a player advantage here as the Seekers will come out, stalling out so much of this time.
Okay, Choo Choo, we know where you are. But do you know where the Cypher is? You saw him at the peak of the right screen, but Valhalla get to slowly claw their way back and not Ivy League get away with too much.
This is a beautiful opportunity for a turning point for Valhalla, right? After having won that first map, and this is kind of similar to how that first map went, except that Ivy League went on a bit of a runaway. This time around, Valhalla is able to stop it in its tracks. So it's definitely going to be feeling a lot better about this one. Ivy League have some money to play with, however, after that last round, having to buy down and save up as much cash as possible. They've had some really, really solid map control. I've loved the rotation so far, but it is still early doors. There's still a lot that Valhalla can do here to get under Ivy League's skin like that.
Yeah, usually Chuchi has been playing that elbow and it's been a little bit more difficult to dislodge, but Boy J has the lineups, but also has a knee to the dome, courtesy of Yippee coming in with the judge. I love to see my judge shenanigans. I also love to see the spike playing for Valhalla, although Joms is half health. It's a 3 versus 3. Ivy League probably still having a flash to use. How is Ivy League going to address this? Yippee has their sights on the backside as the Trailblazer comes in, looking at elbow, looking around the site. Might have spotted the ankle of that Brimstone, and Yippee gets overwhelmed by Util. And all the kills are coming in the way of Ivy League, who plays so well off of that information. As the defuse begins, and Joms was in sightlines to try and prevent that, but didn't happen. Ivy League pick up the round.
Yeah, that first kill was a bit of a weird one, where you had no one watching long, and so you just get, like, absolutely destroyed while your back is turned. And it opened up so much of the space on the site, but Boy J, obviously realizing that there's going to be a push from long, locks it down, gets that 2k, and despite the fact that he goes down, it's a trade. It's a 3 for 3. He's done enough to give his team time and information and to allow them to start that rotate in. And it's a really good retake again from Ivy League. Valhalla starting to get some cracks in their gameplay. The aggressive position not working out.
Boy J has had some very good back-to-back rounds here. Critical kills to stifle Valhalla. You're just stuck with also not even having the spike. And it's in A main. So Valhalla Sky here should be creeping up. Lamp's control, I believe, is in that Valhalla raises favor. So, but you just don't know what could be around that right corner. And Yippee is 1 HP, and so is that Sky Valhalla. This is just not a good round. And they're stuck in position, hoping to force a decision out of Ivy League. Hoping that they get impatient. But Choo Choo has their sights on the lamp. Just needs to sneeze on the Yippee. And honestly, that kill is theirs. Trailblazer waiting for some util to come back up. The smoke's set by Ivy League. Valhalla emerge as this is going down. And an important shot from Blurred. But caught out in the open. Blurred still is doing work. Evens things up 3 to 3. When it felt like Ivy League had the round secure. Not without Boy J being loud and proud. The plant goes through for Valhalla, but Emin is still 9 HP. He can play the bait. Knows that there's someone showers. It still manages to do well despite the Trailblazer stunning him. A 2 versus 2. Valhalla need this round desperately. Moriarty versus a hatless Blurred, and it goes the way of the defense. Hoping to start this defuse, because time is running out. 9 HP for Emin, hoping to shoot through the box, but hasn't done any damage to Vipora, and the spike is defused, and he loses his gun too.
I understand why they planted there. They didn't want to plant default so that they couldn't get spammed down while it was happening. They didn't have a lot to deny sightline. So once all those smokes and things went down, they needed to be able to still safely plant. The problem is that it is not planted for anyone. So once the defenders start making their way back in, once they kind of corral Iman into the showers position and he doesn't have sightline, he can spam that box all day and night, but chances of him actually connecting the shot, slim to none. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happens.
Jeez. A B-long push like that is crazy. And it's not working out for this defense. Definitely pushed their luck. Georgie still holds on to B long and loses a friend in the process. As Hookah control now in favor of Valhalla, they give up B long, but the spike is left behind, so the Valhalla are waiting for reinforcements from the A site to pick that up, because B site control is established, but this Ivy League Brimstone could be cutting off rotations. No one knows he's there. I mean, they know they're stomping their way through. The flash reveals this Brimstone, and Boy J's taken care of. A heads-up play from that Valhalla Sky, and this should be a free plant.
Yeah, one player left alive here to try to retake all on his own. I think, yep, safe call. Just get the hell out of there. It's not worth trying to repush it. This was a weird one from Ivy League. Like, they try to do the same aggressive plays that Valhalla usually do. And Georgie has been so crisp. We've seen what he can do on B long. We saw it in the previous game as well. If you peek out, he's going to get the shot. So getting 2 kills up at the top of B long, denying any sort of attempt at a defense. Because, I mean, eventually they do lose a couple of players themselves. Because the pincer is so good from Ivy League as well, trying to control the market area. So they're still able to get a little bit more done. But ultimately, while Valhalla, or rather while Ivy League only have 2 players left, Valhalla only need to get 1 kill, and that will secure them that round. So Ivy League, the lesson here is, do not try to match that aggression. They need to play that slower style. They need to kind of hit the brakes a little bit. And again, let Valhalla walk into you. Let them pump all of their util early on, clearing out an empty site. Let them waste all of that utility and then flood them. That's kind of what I think needs to happen.
Poor Vandals. Very bad eco from Ivy League. Like, they are just so broke. They have one judge from Moriarty who's holding on to Hookah's side, but all the action's happening in showers. And Valhalla just wash away the competition. And Ivy League are just left with a lurker. Valhalla don't even have the spike. They're just playing deathmatch at this point, but this Cypher is going to maybe go pick up the spike, go get that extra money. Ivy League. I think this Cypher still is a Vandal, so you could always save this, but hey, let's see what happens. Things are happening. That's the first pick, but now gets smoked off. It's gonna check this backroom site. Here's the plant going down, but
Spike planted.
how do you approach this? Valhalla have different angles too, and lamps, and Georgie read like a book. Yippee is by himself taking his engagement, but Zeta wasn't ready. So that round goes to Valhalla.
Another round of Valhalla just being so explosive. And Ivy League, I mean, I get it. This time around, you are not broken by, you get a little bit aggressive. It happens. That's actually pretty standard. But against a team like Valhalla, trying to match their aggression is just not the play, unfortunately. So now it's back to the drawing board for Ivy League as they're back down onto pistols. I don't know how I feel about the Marshall, purely because everyone has full armor. So it's not like you're going to get a one-shot tap. You're going to have to, like, follow that up. Chances of getting that done at this late stage in the game, relatively low.
A lot of showers, aggression from Valhalla, but Joms was left sort of by himself at A main. Choo Choo lines up the sheriff shot, and this bodes well for the defense so far. Definitely know there's someone showers. The lyric comes out, catches Choo Choo, who just left paint shells. At least the paint shells force the Reyna back, but teleporter being used, the call is being made. The lamp Sky didn't want to try and prevent this cross from happening. And Moriarty is overwhelmed in showers. Georgie doing work and showing them who's boss.
I think overwhelmed is the word. Yeah. Currently, Ivy League look very overwhelmed. You know, they had a really good start to this map. It was going really well in their favor when they had, you know, big gun advantages. But once Valhalla started to build a little bit of that momentum, you can't stop them now. They've started building up ultimates. They're buying into rifles. They've got every opportunity. And they're going to use each and every one of them. So now Ivy League have to time out, come through. 3 ultimates online. They've lost a few rounds consecutively. They are feeling very uncomfortable. Something's got to give. And I'm hoping that the discussion that's being had right now is we need to stop pushing. We need to stop trying to take these ego fights and rather play it safe and let them come to us. Because as it stands right now, they're losing the duels because they're allowing themselves to get isolated in 1v1s, and currently Valhalla are shooting just that little bit harder.
Valhalla have been late bloomers when it comes to their offense. It's kind of like in the same thing in map 1, where they start with a big deficit and they're able to overcome that. And that's great to see Valhalla just learn and improve as every round goes on. Does Valhalla have the Empress? And of course, an orbital strike. They've liked to use this at B in the past, to just use that at the back site to push out those defenders, but it's a default setup to at least see what is the best option.
Low and slow. Relatively uncharacteristic from Valhalla. But there you go. They got the orb control. And it looks like now is when they might start. I mean, Spike is still chilling, right? Like, they're still doing the kind of deathmatch thing. They're defaulting. They're getting some early information. Currently, A site seems to be the more difficult of the two. They did figure that out, so Spike's going to get retrieved. Gonna start making some waves in towards B, particularly because Georgie is like right up in tree. Like, he's way up in garden, rather. Octagon. There's so many weird map calls.
There's trees, there's green, and there could be some blood on the floor. Valhalla explosive with the orbital strike at the back site, pushing back Ivy League, but this Cypher from Ivy League is in that elbow, and could they get some surprising picks here? It's Moriarty from the backside that leads the charge, and Zeta with the pitch. Moriarty with the second. The defense prevents Valhalla from generating any momentum on this site. But Emin with 2 at least leaves this Cypher in the best position, one of the best positions possible in a 1v2. Couldn't turn and burn on the last, and Ivy League now lead only by 1 round.
I loved how chaotic that was, man. You had, like, shadow cover, you had the toxic orbs, you, like, even trying to look through the camera. Like, Cypher's like, okay, I can't see anything, let me go look at my camera. Camera's blocked off. Like, you could not see anything. It was pure chaos, and honestly, I am amazed that either of these two teams got anything done. But unfortunately, despite the fact that Ivy League won that round, they've lost so many rounds that their economy is a little bit, not great.
Oh, jeez. Big kill from Georgie and got stuck on a wall. Who's this dog behind? Georgie doesn't care. Eyes forward. Hoping to get out of showers, but now the incendiary grenade and the smoke, like Valhalla, are a bit stuck, but for some reason, Boy J comes to them. Georgie breaks out. All the kills in favor of Valhalla. The plant,
I know
almost
exactly
successful.
where you are.
Okay, Emin comes in. And neural theft. Did I hear neural theft? I did. So
Yep.
Moriarty knows they know he's backside. He's gonna have a tough problem, but at least he could go top heaven. No, Chomps just hunts him down. So 2 remain of Ivy League, and they're nowhere near this site. I guess they'll try to set up from some exit frags.
Yeah. There's not too much more that can be done here. Not only are they nowhere near the site, they're nowhere near each other. So trying to make anything happen is going to be damn near impossible. So instead, let's see if we can get a couple of pick-ups, right? You don't want to allow Valhalla to walk away with a flawless round. Although it looks like that might just be the case. And Georgie is feeling so flush right now. Just overrunning in onto the site here. Zeta will take him down, so at least there is one exit. Give them... There you go. That's all she wrote. 5-5. It couldn't be any closer. Much like what we saw on our first map. And I'm glad that our grand final is this close. I think, you know, there's nothing worse than a grand final that's just, like, incredibly one-sided. So, these two teams really going toe-to-toe here and bringing everything they have and putting it out on the table We love that. But unfortunately for Ivy League, right, we said in the last round their economy was in a bit of danger. They had a Bulldog, 3 Vandals, and a Judge. This time around, it is 4 Sheriffs and 1 Classic. And next round is the last and the half.
Ooh, Valhalla ain't messing around. 2 rounds left in the half. Yippee! On top of Zeta like that with the showstopper. Okay. Now hearing, oh no, Morty already stuck in the corner. And you got Georgie on the hunt. This plan will be easy peasy for Emin.
Spike planted.
How is this retake gonna work? Ivy have a Brimstone over in Caves who's could come behind this Cypher. The pinch comes in, but Valhalla are there to back up their Cypher from the front. And Ivy League can't do a single thing. Valhalla up 6-5.
Oh, the BM from Georgie, just to dismiss right in front of his face. Body block a little bit there. That's rude. But you know what? Fair enough. You won the round. And you did it pretty damn decisively. That round was over in the blink of an eye. Ivy League looking to try and even out the scoreline here. One more round will bring us to 6-6. And it must be said, Joms is having like a very slow performance. And it's funny because we were talking about like players who were really performing well. Joms was one of them, all of those assists and all of those frags. And I said, yo, sometimes you have a bad map. This has not been a great map for Joms. Thankfully, the rest of Valhalla have been able to pick up that slack a little bit. At the very least, the smokes have definitely been a big enabling factor.
Aw, Georgie. He's such a fragger, and when Valhalla needed him the most, now Yippee says it's my turn, jumping into Hookah, dealing with Boy J, who at least got some damage in, I guess. Valhalla gets healed back up. They got Neural Theft activated. Maybe not. Blurred got killed. Either way, 3 versus 2. Last round of the half. Valhalla want to end in style and even go out with a streak, go out with a roar, but who's really roaring is Georgie on this Empress with the spike planted. Like, what could Zeta do? I guess hit shots like that when you know exactly where Georgie is. Now in a 2 versus 2. Defenders coming through Tree and through Hookah. Zeta dealt with, and not really much that Moriarty could do. He's trying to wait for the smoke to go on. Has to check the right corner, back sight, near the spike. It's chalked. And that last round of the half goes to Valhalla.
There's just too much to try to keep track of in those last few moments. Too many angles to check. And unfortunately for Ivy League, despite a pretty strong start to the half, they weren't able to maintain that control. Valhalla very quickly re-established themselves as a lead here. And with this being their map pick, they're looking to close out the series. 5 rounds, no, 6 rounds. Maths, never do maths on stream. And that's all they need to take it home. Ivy League, now that we've swapped sides, now I'm really concerned. Because they had the double controller, which is exactly one of the things that they needed to try to deal with this double duelist setup. And they couldn't get, at the very least, the lead at the half. So now, attacking with double controller, sure, it's going to give you a lot of space to get in onto the site. But not if those duelists are living in your back line.
Valhalla, though, generate a lot of momentum in that second half. And they ended that first half with a 3-win streak. So far they have a pretty default defense, 3 at B. This Boombot is woke up Joms there with some damage. Should be healed back up. The Sky is nearby. He should be fine. And Ivy League really like making a ruckus over at Showers, and they've decided they want to go to B. And this Cypher has an important engagement at B long with the Sky over in Cubby, and Georgie comes from behind in the teleporter, but with 4 that turn his way, he didn't have help from the front. So Georgie can't pull off miracles here. But 4 versus 3, as Ivy League still haven't really established themselves on site. On the other side of Hookah is this Brimstone, as Joms couldn't even get a trading blow. So this bodes well for Ivy League getting the plant.
There.
Honestly, at the very least, if you can get that little bit of extra cash, you'll be happy. And with 4 players left alive to deny this retake, Blurred still gonna be good for 1. But that's all she wrote. As Chushu gets the final 2 kills in that pistol. And it's another pistol round for Ivy League. They've been really good on the pistols. That's gonna take a lot more
needed
than that. They really did. But they need more. They need to, like, continue. They need to turn this into a bit of a hot streak. So obviously now buying up quite strongly, actually, Guardian and Bulldog. Usually this is like a primarily Spectre round. So to have a lot more firepower in their back pocket, clearly they want to get this momentum going. However, will they be expecting the double shorty play?
At least one of those shorties is at B.
Careful
I
here.
forgot where the other one was, but usually showers or B trees chilling. But kind of a slow push for Ivy. A bit of noise being made at the B gates. It's Valhalla are not really eager either. They're waiting. They're peeking A main and very quiet.
This is the thing as well, like, with Ivy League being on the attack, with them being such a default heavy team, we're not going to see as many of those flashy plays unless Valhalla go for the aggressive pushes. These guys like to take their time. They like to be certain, and they have to be at this very important juncture in this best of 3. Losing this map means they are out.
Oh, okay, here's the jump in from Ivy League. And a big opening pick on that player near showers. As Ivy League take control of lamps too. Joms and Yippee are down. Moriarty with a huge impact in the second round of the half. Ivy League very close to getting the plant too. Not even needing it, but happy to get the extra money. But 7-7. Ivy League desperately needed these first 2 rounds.
Much like what we saw on the previous map, right? You get the first couple of rounds, you go into the half 7-5, you get the 2 pistols on the second half, you even it out. But there's every possibility that Valhalla, now that they have guns in their hands, will start to turn things back around. And this is definitely a stress point for Ivy League. They have to come through this round as cleanly as possible. I don't think they win this round, because I think that Valhalla with guns in their hands are way too strong. But you need to keep as many players alive as possible so that your reinvest is not as bad as it could be.
Valhalla trying to hold this choke, and Joms is pushed up so aggressively. Like, what's this Viper Wall smell like? I guess death. Valhalla just managed to take 1 gun away, but Choo Choo with the Bucky. Lamps firmly in his control. Spike planted for Ivy League. And at the back side are the 2 last defenders of Valhalla, who don't look too eager to do much besides talk about life.
Yeah, I mean, they're forced to save. I didn't think Ivy League were going to win this round. But, you know what? Spectre, go Burry. You get right up close and personal, push through that Viper's wall, take that space away. There you go. Beautiful little 3K. Spike planted. 4 players left alive. I said it needed to be clean. And they can get 3 free guns as well off the back of that. They're going to be feeling very happy with how that round panned out. Next round, it's going to be a low reinvest. Valhalla, on the other hand. Oh, Choo Choo. Not like this, bro. That was...
That's intentional? But
I certainly hope not. I mean, they do have the 3 rifles that they picked up. So, you know what? Maybe Choo Choo had like a Spectre and he was like, whatever, wee, alt orb.
oh, true.
Which is valid. You know, grab yourself an alt orb, get yourself a little bit closer to the showstopper. Yeah, fair enough. That works. Valhalla now. 2 players have saved, 3 players on sheriffs. Ivy League could be hitting double digits here. You know what? That map 3, it's starting to seem possible.
Okay, got an extension out of Puka. Flash at the ready from Evan. Nobody's home. The Ivy League still committed towards B long. Maybe splitting off into Hookah, but behind them could be Valhalla players who have made their way mid, and Evan picks up 1 off the cross, and I don't think Ivy League really expected Valhalla to be this aggressive. Georgie with 2 or 3 this round, hoping to help Valhalla climb out of this hole. And it's only a 1-round hole, but it's Ivy League that were down 3 rounds that in this second half have been explosive thus far. in a 1v3 with Viper's Pit available, but not the spike in hand. There's just not a lot of good options here for Ivy League.
Valhalla being aggressive is definitely something that should always be expected. And of course they knew they had the advantage. Oh man, and of course it's Georgie with a 4K. Just being so crisp throughout this entire day. Not the hero they deserve, but the hero they need. Just dragging them across this grand final finish line. And yeah, I mean, when you know you have such a... So, aggressive defender-sided pushes are either... You're on pistols, and you pistol rush out, try and get a couple of kills if you can, go next. Or, you know you have an advantage, and they struggle against aggression, so you press that advantage. Huge gun advantage, going out aggressively, and shutting down any attempt at an attack.
Okay, well, B long won there by Ivy League. Georgie having an impact of his own at A main, but all the action from Ivy League is being sent to B, and this defending Cypher is gonna be in trouble. Tries to use the cage to slow it down, picks up the one, and reinforcements came in from Ivy League in time. Smokes in place there by Ivy League to hope to get the plant down. Georgie, though, dip and dive through the smoke. He's just too good. Georgie, the savior for Valhalla. They take another round.
No more doubts.
It's just unreal, man. Like, Georgie, the entirety of Valhalla just, like, straight up channeled Odin. Just, like, come down and save us. 19 and 11. That's so close to a 2.0 KD. KDA, because, you know, it's 1 assist, so.
True.
That's so good.
He helps out a lot.
Honestly. He helps by killing people, okay? That's how he
You gotta
helps.
expect that out of your duelist, yeah.
Truly,
kill
I wish my
Reyna.
duelists did that.
God, what?
But that's what I was
you got
saying, like,
Boombot.
Georgie is the win condition for Ivy League. They have to shut him down.
Both Lears just to push Boyshay up this orb, okay? YOLO, I guess. Valhalla.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah, messages. Get out me showers. But Seekers from the defense, Viper's Pit, and Neuro Theft from Ivy League. They start sending some util through showers. They know that Georgie is around here somewhere. And Ivy League are not scared at all. They'll grab the orb, which the 2 layers were used to deal with that. And meanwhile, Emin wins the duel at B long, but this site, this push from Ivy League is going A, and Georgie just turned
Spike down A.
on his aim. I don't know what this guy ate between the last 2 rounds, but Georgie is online
my
and well.
God, bro.
Another round for Valhalla.
I mean, how do you analyze that? Georgie, go kill. It's literally what the last 2 rounds have been. I mean, you said it right. He burns both of his Lears in the first, like, 10 seconds of the round just to push Boys. And then, I don't know, just carries on. Slight reposition here, come back there, pushing out of showers, blap, blap, blap. And that's a 4K. He's just been that good from start to finish.
Now only 3 rounds away for Valhalla to take our ZOTAC Cup Championship. And Ivy League have ultimates to use, and Seekers can always open things up and at least tell you, at least force the defenders to have to deal with your Seekers first. But hello? Yippee gets to just walk up and get a double for free, but Boy J responds with one of his own, and he's got the spike in
I
hand.
know exactly.
And the rotate is coming in quick from the defenders, but Ivy League know what's coming, all thanks to that Neuro Theft. And Zeta picks up the kill, 2 versus 2. Spike going down. Backside is this Cypher and the Sky with maybe a flash in hand. They're about to turn. And Boy J with 4 this round keeps Ivy League in the picture.
Honestly, that Cyber Cage, clutch. Giving Boys so many angles to play around to try and isolate those duels, and Zeta taking down Georgie. And it's happened a few times. Like, Zeta feels like he's almost Georgie's kryptonite at this point. There's been a few times where I've been like, yep, Zeta. He's taking out Georgie again. But it was necessary because it was a 3 versus 2. That brings it down to 2 versus 2. And one KG boy allows for a 2K after the spike gets planted. A stay of execution for Ivy League. There's a lot of ultimates here to play with for both of these two teams. Neither one of them ready to get comfortable, to rest on their laurels just yet. As the spike starts making its way over towards the B site.
Now you could get some use out of the Sky util, mainly the Seekers too, if you wanted to dislodge someone who's an elbow and the Seekers are out. Orbital Strike at the backside, blurred down to like 30 HP, and Choo Choo with the showstopper, a huge investment out of Ivy League. Now another Orbital Strike, this time from the defenders to try and prevent the plant from going down, and Ivy League are alive and well. Not a crumb of damage, but the spike down as well. And Valhalla down tremendous. They're at the back site. Elbow control for Ivy League. All the sights from these attackers are on this doorway. And the smoke there to slow them down as Valhalla just pray to get any damage in. Oh, but Joms with the judge coming around the back site. Using that information, but it's too far away to really get some... What?
Okay.
Boy J just didn't believe in winning that and tried to bring the knife out to disengage, and... Still, time favors Ivy League. Valhalla are stuck, and util Ivy League still have options. And Valhalla will not be able to take this round, and Ivy League have tied things up 10-10.
It was a good attempt to try and get a couple more exits there, if possible. But Ivy League channeling Valhalla in that round, getting very aggressive and storming the site.
A lot of ultimates, though. For that,
truly,
right?
like, that is problematic. It was very expensive to invest so much into that just to win one round, and you haven't even broken Valhalla's economy. They can still buy into this round. It's not going to be perfect by any measure. You've got kind of like half armor here or there. There'll probably be some concessions in terms of utility, but they're still in this. Like, there's every possibility. And of course, Valhalla only used one of their ultimates, I think. I think I saw it come out.
Orbital Strike, yeah.
Yeah. So there's still 3 ultimates online here for Valhalla. They're chilling. They're like, all right, cool. Use all of your ultimates. Next round, we get you.
An Empress too from Georgie. You saw the work he did on B site through all the smokes. Like, I feel like the smokes just empower him because he uses his Empress, disengages into it, and pops out and frags more. Like, he's unstoppable with the Empress. And if they can get just one body down, that Neuro Theft could be that insurance that Valhalla needs. With the attack ready to go. And a heavy lean towards the A side, although Ivy League have liked their default.
We do have a slight... Oh, it's sorted. Cool. We had to play a DC, but we're back in, so... There you have it, folks. Quick and efficient here. Ooh, Yippee almost gets flashed out by his own teammate, but that does give them the information. Long is free and clear. And they can really play off of that. And look at this, Ivy League! This is what I was saying, man. You have to expect Valhalla's aggression, and that's what they do. They chill. They're waiting for Georgie to push showers again. And this time, Georgie's nowhere near showers.
Easily take the teleporter back, though, so Valhalla are ready to rotate at a moment's notice. And really, you just got, you know, cages and smokes to hold down A. So Ivy League pushing all those players through showers. It's such a tight choke point. And then they have a 3-2 split with the other 2 main. Slowly but surely, and also waiting for utility to regenerate. Trailblazer out. Not seeing anyone in the right corner. Not really sure who's at lamps. And here's the teleport rotate from Valhalla with the showstopper coming through showers. Yippee is ready to tear down the competition. Blurred starts the job. Yippee gets the showstopper. Blurred MVP of the round easily for Valhalla. And with the investment that they made, you gotta hope that Valhalla was gonna come out on top.
And there it is. And one of the few times where Valhalla don't go for a crazy aggressive push, but just kind of hang out a bit. They do obviously get a little bit, I wouldn't even say aggressive, right? Like that flash out into long just to get that little bit of information. Sure, that could have ended really badly, but there was no one there, so it was fine. And it gave them all that info. Nothing happening there. Nobody heard anything towards B because Georgie was hanging out, listening, waiting to see if anything showed its head. So they could rotate in relatively quickly and again deny another attempt from Ivy League. And now we're getting to that knife's edge once again. Valhalla winning this round will put Ivy League in serious danger.
Valhalla investing all those ultimates also saved their economy. They had light armor. There's a player with $0, and Blur, that MVP of last round, is first-blooded. Ivy League sending it B long and using paint shells to push back this defending Raze. Not really getting any damage, though. Ivy League decided to abandon that, not wanting to deal with boom bots and whatever, but Georgie cuts off their rotations, or tries to, before he falls as well. Ivy League are ready at a moment's notice for anyone around this corner, and Joms can't handle the heat either. And Ivy have been flawless, not taking any damage thus far. And Valhalla haven't been able to stop this, and Ivy League tie things up.
They want to dance?
This one could be the OT game. I can see it coming. We are so dangerously close. And both teams still on decent buys. But I was talking about that knife's edge. And now it's Valhalla's turn to be shaking in their boots a little bit. Losing this round will put them into a very, very broken buy territory.
Already is, like, light armors. Well,
Yeah.
the ultimate saved them that other round, but it's only Georgie that can help you now.
To be fair, if Georgie pops ultimate, maybe he's saving it for like, all right, we're like chips are down, it's almost GG, which would be this round. There you go.
All right, quick Empress pop. Valhalla back away from B site. That hookah control was trying to be taken by Ivy League. They're mowed down. The firing squad from Valhalla denies that power position of the B site. Ivy League can still pull this off in 3 versus 5. They have the Viper's Pit. But would it really extend far enough to affect Valhalla? It's a tough decision for Ivy League to make. As they wait for utility to regenerate, and their position is obviously revealed in hookah, and that's such a tough spot to entry in. Of course, you still have your Raze that can blast pack in, and even some flashes. So Ivy League definitely have great entry options, but have decided to leave their Raze over at B to make noise and try to fake it towards A, and they'll use their Viper Wall, but Joms knows what's up, but he's taken out from Lamps. And that's an important opening for Ivy League.
30 seconds.
In a 3
left.
versus 4, trying to flip this around. They'll use the Viper Wall to take control of Lamps. Losing Choo Choo at B site isn't ideal. Now Ivy League decide to go collect the corpse of their friend. Go from A back to B. With Spike still in hand, Viper's Pit 2, and Ivy League have their hand forced, and Valhalla go to match point.
The thing is, like, I appreciate what they were trying to do there, right? So Empress gets popped, so they're like, all right, wait out the Empress. Wait for it to run out. Wait for it to expire. The problem is that as soon as Georgie moves over towards Heaven and sees the Viper Wall, the smoke screen go up, he's like, they're not pushing here. It's not happening. They're probably going to teleport. And he starts rotating even earlier. The, like, double fake just does not connect with him. And so the entirety of the B site is still heavily guarded, and it's a mowdown.
Oh, that leer from Georgie was nasty. Caught 3 players off guard. Edmund gets first blood for the defense. Ivy League panicking. Just putting so many bullets into hookah, but now have revealed that almost the entirety of the team is here. Valhalla know to concentrate their efforts, but they know that also this teleporter could be used, but obviously Georgie has his sights on that. Hookah still being pushed there from Ivy. They got Viper's Pit, but getting established on B site is a difficult part, and Georgie shuts down B long. How could Zeta know this is coming? The Viper's Pit, the emergency glass has been broken. Ivy League jump into the site, but these duelists are too hot to handle. 2 left of Ivy League, down to this Viper's Pit. Moriarty is dead, and Valhalla are your ZOTAC Cup champions.
A hearty congratulations to Valhalla. It was a reasonably long day. You know, you had to play through a best of one and then find yourself in the grand finals and fight it out against the team that you'd maybe played in the past but maybe weren't as familiar with. And they managed to eke it out. A very close grand final. I think a lot closer than a lot of us might have expected, particularly with not being as familiar with these teams and with this scene. Like, I'll straight up say it, right? I am far less familiar with the APAC teams outside of things like Masters. So it's really cool to see these are players that have played at that level. They've played at Challenges. Some of them, we spoke about it, have played at Lock-In. There's so much talent here, and it's really cool to see it on display. So very, very impressed with what I saw here today, and looking forward to seeing more from these teams.
And yeah, this is also my first time getting to watch Filipino talent, and wow, I'm so impressed by the duelist, the chemistry that these teams have, the way that this final, I thought was absolutely going to go map 3. I thought I was going to have to make another coffee. A big congratulations to Valhalla, but we don't want to lose you guys too soon. Please stay tuned. After this break, we're going to grab an interview with a winner from Valhalla. We want to hear about how really skill impacted their luck that they like to talk about, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the ZOTAC Cup Frostfall Fragfest, powered by Battlefy. This mysterious figure, the character we've yet to unlock over on this side, is our controller MVP, Joms. Congratulations! What a series! It was so close. Bring me through what you're thinking right now. Like, congratulations.
Thank you for the support, guys, and we're just really happy to win.
So
And it was
kind of
rough
like
game too.
Yeah, it did seem that way. Were you expecting them to be able to like push back as hard as they did, or did you think it would be a little bit easier?
I think it's a little bit easier because we have like experience and we can adapt to any situation. So that's why it's easy for us.
It was really fun watching you. I know you were stressed, and I know that you have mixed feelings on the execution, but a win's a win, right? So tell me your final
Yeah.
thoughts, any shout outs you want to make. What's next for your team?
Our next goal is to practice more to VCT so that we can go like get an org. We can start there.
Gotta start somewhere, and if this is the type of start you have, Joms, the future is so bright for you and the team. A big congratulations. You popped off today. The paranoias were sublime. And of course, the
Chef's
orbital
kiss.
strikes popped off. Yes. Congrats again, Joms. Go celebrate with the team. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. I guess good night for us. It has been a good night.
I mean, it's good morning for me. Good morning.
Oh. Good morning.
Yeah, it's like-
Good night.
God, a good afternoon.
But hey, the rest of the day ahead of us. But what a great tournament we've had. Thank you to ZOTAC Cup, who also have great products. Of course, their Z-Box Pico with Airjet is brand new. Y'all want to check that out. It's a PC literally the size of a deck of cards. Yes, they make PCs that small now. And it's cooled using a revolutionary Airjet technology that dissipates heat, so you could really put it in your drawer if you want a secret game at the office. I don't know. And it operates at near silence. My thing is like a jet engine. The Magnus, the ZOTAC Magnus, is a smaller tower, but it's packed with power. It's got the NVIDIA GeForce 4070 and an Intel Core i7 processor, so everything you need to game, but in a smaller space. So if you have a tiny closet office like mine, well, you can just maximize that space. Big shout out to ZOTAC for having Naori and I on, and it's been awesome casting with you.
Yeah, it's been a massive throwback for us, at least. So really, really glad that we got to jump on this one together. And who knows, hopefully there'll be more in the future.
Yes, the future is bright. We hope to come back. We hope to see you all back. Please follow Battlefy on Twitter. They got a ton of tournaments going on. They're giving out points. The more you participate, the more you win. And a big congratulations once again to Valhalla being our ZOTAC Cup champions. That's all we have for you tonight, this morning. So we hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. See ya.